Hey everybody, Merry Questmas to all! Welcome y'all, hope you're having a good day. It is time for Questmas. This is the fourth Questmas we've run. The first one we just played Quest 64. The second one we played the French vanilla version of Merrow's Randomizer. Game's probably a little low. There we go. That's better. Third one we played the GBA Game Boy Color. Might have just been a Game Boy game that had Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color version of it, which is like a straight port. Kind of wild. And so today we've got Questmas 4, where we're going to be actually using the full randomization settings within the randomizer. This randomizes the main key items we need. King Belgus. So, within Quest 64, you end up fighting these four bosses that each have like a little gem, and the four gems are key items that are no longer on the bosses. They're going to be shuffled around in the world somewhere. I also think the L-Tail, the book, is shuffled as well. So, but yeah, let me know if audio needs adjustment. I think we're good here, but it could probably go up a little higher. But yeah, Merry Questmas. So yeah. But yeah, if you're not familiar with this is Hangman's Merrow Randomizer version 48. This is a really, really strong randomizer in the sense that it works both as a way of like quality of lifing the game in a lot of good ways, as well as a lot of randomization tools. I don't know much about it being a... Hello? Abbott? Oh, okay. And then Garchum, thanks for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it a bunch. Merry Questmas. Congrats, Benak, Copper Popper, Gates, Air Kickman, and Pichu Pal. Merry Questmas indeed. Okay, the Abbott's a little bored of this conversation, I understand. So this is probably the only conversation about the plot we'll have within the game. Oh, the randomization on the stick worked. We need the gems, we need the book. Our dad went on a trip to find the book. Our dad is missing. So we need to find those. Alright, what are our starting spells? Homing Toss? Okay, so let's talk about the randomizer. As you can see, the randomizer has some visual effects. Our buddy here's gonna block the door for a little while. Brian here has a new cloak and a new stick. Our spells are completely randomized in effect and name. The names are sort of like hinting at it. You can see Spark Throw is our Fire 1. Homing Toss is our Earth 1. Water Bonds is our Water 1. And Windy Ice. In addition, the randomizer... Goodbye, Abbott? Alright, let's leave the Abbott. Abbott's clearly not interested in hearing about the randomizer. In the normal game, you would walk down 500 steps before you got through this door. Just, you know. Right, I'm gonna have to get used to my control scheme. Fargo on the loose. But yeah, so we're gonna want to go find all the little treasures in the world, because any treasure could be our key. But obviously our treasures we find here at the beginning are also going to be, like, useful to have. If you're not familiar with Quest 64, once we get into combat, I'll be able to kind of better show you how the game plays. Airness Amulet. What is... oh boy, what is the button that opens? Major defense decrease. Okay. One thing, this has come up in the previous years, but part of playing Quest 64 is that my control scheme on my controller is bad. Because I have my face buttons are C up, C down, C left, C right, because they're way more important than any other buttons. So confirm and decline are on the left and right bumpers. But yeah, what else about this randomizer? This randomizer is adds a lot of, like, small things that are changed within Quest 64 in order to make the game kind of play better. One example I can point to is in the original game, enemies had item drops. And you might not, like, think much about that. Like, oh, of course enemies have item drops, right? But you would almost never see them. And the reason for that is that enemies would not ever drop an item if the item existed in your inventory. They would never hand you a duplicate. Like, just, it wasn't possible. So that's a change that is something that the randomizer does, where, like, enemies will actually drop you items. There's some... here we go. I knew one of these rooms had someone in it. Buddy, I don't have any mint leaves. What? Do you think I have a mint leaf? Okay, well. Goodbye. We have a nice cloak. Merry Questmas, it's Bread's Day. Orb. So, the Earth Orb is one of the 4 gems we're gonna need as we get through things. Am I just heading back up? I think I'm just heading back up. I'm probably going the wrong... You're going the wrong way. Yeah. Alright. Wonder if it'll auto-port me when I try to leave this room. Okay, it does. Sweet. Soul Rings out. Nepti Fargo. Okay, cool. Thanks, y'all. Here's the Elftail book. The guard had it the whole time. As you may have noticed, just from, like, what people are talking about, I've randomized everyone's dialogue. Part of the randomization efforts. Nobody says anything terribly important in this game anyway, after you get talked to by the abbot. Anyway, there should be some bread over here. I think. Or shove it off. Now, what do we got here? Dewdrop, that's an MP restore. Slightly buffed in this randomizer because it was such a low MP heal, it was barely worth the inventory space. I believe it's 20 now. Oh, it's still, it might have not. Alright, and then we gotta go to Bread Room. But yeah, I'm a big, I really enjoy Quest 64 as a game. I think that it, this isn't Bread Room. I thought there was like Bread Room around here. I really enjoy this game as it is. It's trying to do something. It's not great at it. Might not even be good at it. But we also swapped out the music. Hello? Hi, Layla. So the main mechanic of this game is that we have these little spirits. And every time you level up or you find one of these spirits in the world, you get to put it in an element. As you level up an element, you'll get new spells in that element. In the base game, there's just the good choices and the wrong choices because of how enemies work. Like, fire is a lot weaker. It has a lot of self-buffs, but every boss has a dispel, so it doesn't work. Water has the only heal, and you need a only real heal. Fire has a heal, but it gets dispelled, so... Again. But because the spells are randomized, it's not really going to matter what we choose to start. We're going to want to find an element that does have a healing spell early, just to be able to baseline do things within the game. But that's about it. Anyway, let's head on downtown. Go find some wheat fields and go find some bunnies to bop on the head. We'll go learn what our starting spells look like. Maybe choose one that wants to be leveled over the others. And start looking around. Yes, base quest is effectively... Like, Earth is the best choice. Water was the 100% necessary choice. Because water had the healing spell. Earth had the best spells otherwise. It had the only buff that functioned in Magic Barrier. Ooh, we have a nice little different cape and a different, like, some different clothing. But yeah, the unfinished is 100% certain. The Game Boy version of this is actually more finished. It's a port of this game that includes, like, the back third of it that's just not here, which is wild. Hello? You alright? Ma'am? Damn, that sucks. But yeah, the original was a very unfinished. This and even this is going to be very unfinished because, like, all right, what do you got to say for your sheep? I can't believe anyone be so foolish. Thanks, sheep. How about you? Okay, alright. My business! Sheep business! Yeah, but yeah, it's certainly a fun game to play through and look at, even if it is both rough and unfinished. Anyway, here's another little spirit. We're gonna go in wind until we hit a new spell. Every there's different breakpoints that give you new spells on the spirit levels. And also spells get more powerful as you put more points into them. So. Stone? Divination Bane, read enemy souls. But yeah, so it's very much a bit of a rough around the edges game, but we have a lot of fun with it. Our early game here is, again, so Brian is on a journey to go find his dad and also find this L-Tale book, which is a book that contains the power, along with these gems. And so we're just gonna start looking around. Playing horse. I understand. We're gonna, because we're doing this as a randomizer, we're gonna want to, make sure we kind of scour the world, make sure we don't miss anything very easy to. Thanks. But yeah, in the base game, you would go Earth because Earth has the best attacking spell. But here most Druids. In Avalanche being a hugely powerful multi-hit, though a bit random to aim. I say aim as though you can. I mean, you can try. And it also has the move that makes you immune to damage. Immune to everything, actually. It's just, like, there are, maybe 2 things that pierce it in the universe, and none of them are used by anybody who you would be using a full defend against. So. Maybe the moving NPC thing was a bad thing to turn on. No vacancy, I understand. The NPC movement is one of the options in the randomizer I turned on because I thought it would be funny, and it is. Watching the abbot. Just book it. It's fine. The main thing we need to grab within towns is just the wings so that we're able to travel back at later points so that we don't have, so that we're able to fast travel. So within, which shop is the wing shop? Or do we not get wings until we go to the first kingdom? Nobody home. That's fine either way. Merry Questmas, because there's the inn. Here's the bread shop. Then here's the beach. Cool water. Hey, buddy. I should keep my maps up. A lot of the areas in this game are not, like, terribly complex as far as how you get around them, but... these kids playing. But it's very easy to get turned around. Alright, let's just book it. Merry Questmas. Whole hoind. Alright. What does windy ice look like? Shredder on self. Why does the player character have one of those little anime? That's just Brian. Brian has one of those little hair bits. Alright, let's go spark throw. Okay, spark throw seems fine. Homing toss? Yeah, we used the vowel randomization before, and it's been very good. What? Oh my god, water bombs is my level 1 water spell is the all target turn skip? Oh. So, we found this out when we were playing the original playthrough. Usually you play through with water and earth, but I went with water for healing, and then I went for wind and fire. And wind actually has some, like, super powerful spells that nobody uses because you never go into that element. The biggest one of which... Okay, so we have a close... we have so there's a wind spell that specifically is like puts those little circles around enemies to like ooh, bunny. Like this. And that like turn skips them if it hits. Waru Harry. Yeah. So like that turn skip. And if you can keep that on an enemy for longer than one round, well... The way turns work is that you will always take every other turn, no matter how many enemies there are. If there's 5 enemies, it'll go 1, you, 2, you, 3, you. But, say enemies 2, 3, and 4 are turn skipped. It'll go 1, you, 5, you. Bonk. 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 Yeah, let's keep going into wind. Windy Slicer. Okay, that's probably like a... Oh, anyway, there's a spirit. You can see it, like, way in the distance there. There's these spirits on the overworld all over the place. Oh my god. Nick Thebron, thank you for gifting out 100 freaking subs. Wild. I appreciate it so much. Absolutely wild. Congrats to many folks. I don't even think I can scroll up and read all of them. Merry Questmas to all. Please all enjoy your slimes. Nick Themeron has given you all slimes. Let's see what Windy Slicer does. Okay, so it's a range spell. Bag mouth. But, yeah, can I even... Oh, okay. So the Shredder move that I have seems really good. Oh my god, that comes with freeze. Ooh. Okay, so it's really, really strong, really close range, though. Like, you basically have to be in melee range for that to be any good. Fresh bread, ba-ba-da-dum. But yeah, thank you so much, Nick Themeron. Congrats to y'all. My god. Yeah, I appreciate it a ton. Let's go get the spirit. We're gonna want to pick another element to start going up. I'm gonna go up No, let's go up wind until we hit the second spell. So, the way the randomizer spell randomization works, there are a couple copies of Healing 1 added. Like, there's one extra. So there's 2 copies of Healing 1 available. Because Healing 1 is basically, like, necessary to function in this game, just walking around. So... not only is this melee, it's very weird melee. Interesting. Alright, let's water bond, see if we can't hit. Okay. We got someone with it. What on earth was that, friend? Bimbershart? What are you trying to tell me? Poor salt. We have some randomization going on spell names, so. Or on enemy names, too. Alright. Locking prison. Oh. Another one? Let's go over to the hut. I think the hut has a spirit. Oh, it's in it. Okay. All right, let's go fire. It's Questmas. Bam. Yeah, let me quick while I'm thinking about it. We're gonna pull up the. Okay. One thing I also took the liberty of doing was slightly sliding down encounter rate. I wanted today to be a little bit more. Okay, locking prison. What do you got for it? Oh, locking prison is specifically the move I think it is. This is the turn, like the actual seal move, or at least visually. Yep. So okay. So this here is seal as a. It'll just turn skip you for being hit by it. Wind's got power. You don't want to focus all in on one element because enemies have elemental resistances of their own. So, like, you don't want to be, like... Okay, this seems to be single target. Like, if possible, it is preferable to try to use the bop. Like, the power of hitting with a stick. Hitting with a stick uses all of your stats combined, all of your spirit stats combined. It also gives you health just for doing it. So. Oh no. Anyway. Mon Ateur. This is the power of seal, by the way. One enemy is able to act, but because of the turn ordering, I'm just getting all the turns in a row. There is a day-night cycle. But I need to... But yeah... Homing Toss also seems like pretty good. Just being a multi-hit. Alright, we're going fire. We're gonna keep going fire. We're checking the early spells to try and find, early healing. Just so we have early healing walking around. Burning Erupt. Okay. That sounds powerful. Alright. So let's head over to the king. We're gonna have trouble going into the forest without a healing spell. The game lets you dodge attacks, which is an evil trap. Yes. You won't get... So... You have... We'll talk about stats when I get out of the fight here. But we want to get hit by a good chunk of things. Because of how this game has, like... Final Fantasy II is a good way to describe the stat gains. You only, like, gain in a stat if that stat is being used. You are able to, as I'm showing here, you can just dodge with a lot of attacks. And... like, because spells are being randomized, a number of enemy attacks may also become more or less dodgeable. That's back the way we can. Another thing we can do, just to show it off here, from Moniteur. You can just leave. If you don't move after a combat ends... the camera will shift to the way you are walking. Well, let's try the burning move. Okay, burning move is also a nice, like... Might have to eat a bread. One thing that is like kind of strange about just how gameplay works, lowering the number of foes in a fight does not give you any better action economy. You will always be going one than the other. So we want the second level fire spell, and then we'll move on to the next, probably Earth. Ooh. Bop, bop, bop. But yeah, we have 4 stats: HP, MP, defense, agility. Technically, these are also their own stats. The elements. The element stats do scale the damage on their own. So like higher wind means wind things will deal more damage. Higher of any will upgrade your melee. So if you once you have like 50 in each, your stick is probably your most effective weapon. You do gain experience, you can see, in each stat. By referencing the stat, you'll use it. So anytime your defense is used, anytime you move, you're upping agility. HP is getting hit and bopping with the stick. MP is any spell casting. So MP will level a lot faster in this, because there's a soul search on everything. Yes, agility is like combat ring, and like, oh, we have a low HP, Brian. That's cute. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna check around town. There's a couple treasures to get, and a couple spirits to grab. No, okay, so bonking gives MP, but grants maximum HP as far as experience goes. Those are 2 different things. Oh, did that grant me wings? No, okay. Thanks. You know? Cool. Alright, so with the Earth Orb in our possession, we're able to go raid the castle. Specifically at this castle in Dondoran. There is a room in the back. Okay, there's the Doran wings. Good. Oh, so there's a spirit over in that quarry down there, so we're gonna have to go grab that. Let's head on down to the Tokusatsu quarry. We can do explosions. This quarry was a place where you could, if you wanted to, you can, so agility is gained by moving, and this is one of the spots where you could, if you were so inclined, do this. The good old run in a circle. This is a bad idea. It'll give you a lot of agility, but defense is more important, and having higher agility will make it so you'll dodge more attacks. Yeah, like you can have infinite agility, but some attacks just aren't dodgeable, and if you start running into the unblockables. You do get less, but like that's definitely a leaving the console on overnight sort of thing, you know? Clay here was important in the GBA, or in the, I keep saying GBA when I just mean Game Boy. In the Game Boy version, there are a lot of people in the Game Boy version that were way more important. We're gonna, like, there's a buddy of ours that we end up meeting, like, twice throughout the game, but they're a main, character in the Game Boy version. There's a couple characters like that, actually. It's very silly. Alright, let's see if the inn is full. Sir. The Game Boy version was more complete. Yes, it was released a year and a half after. And like, is more of a complete game. You get to the point where, for instance, there's another. Imagine if Quest 64 had about a third of the game that happened after you get to the end of the game. Like, for instance, there's a cave that we'll be going through later. Hello. There's a cave we're gonna go through later, and in that cave, there's a long section on a vine where nothing occurs for 2 minutes. And there's no random encounters, and there's no reason why this vine exists. It's just there. It's just this weird set piece that nobody mentions it, nobody calls it out. In the Game Boy version, you go back there later for a boss. At a much later stage of the game against like a big old dragon. Alright. So, treasure. Let's see what other treasures we get. We have the Earth Orb, so in the King's Chamber here, in the normal game, Princess Flora, by the way, is another one of the main characters in the Game Boy game. But because we have the Earth Orb, we can go into this room. We can get the treasure. Quiet Power. Okay. Looks like Earth is next for hunting for a healing spell. I'm sorry? Yeah? Alright. That's two. Hold on, doesn't blue wings out of a chest mean I can really start skipping around? Yeah, that takes me to Lara Pool. Oh, God, I will die if I go to Lara Pool right now. I can go back, I have Dondoran, but... Interesting, okay. Hell, we could skip Solvering. Solvering is the first boss of the game. He's a thief who lives in the woods. He can fire a giant Hadouken beam at you. It's very powerful. Let's go talk to the princess. Flora is a main character in the Game Boy title, but in this really doesn't have too much going on. Again, because this game is sort of a beta for itself. In a funny way. Merry Questmas to all. The other, so there's 5 items we need to find in the world for lost keys. It's the water jewel, the earth orb, the wind jade, and the fire. I forget what the fire one is called. Fire. All right, hey. So here's the princess. She rules. We're gonna take all her stuff. Another amulet. That's a defense down. Honey bread. Yeah. So she's absolutely like in the Game Boy version, one of our like 3 main characters, Brian, Flora, and is it Leo? Help. Doors are a little finicky, it's okay. Anyway. Was there something in that library? I guess I one of the things about doing the randomizers this way is I have a spoiler in case I need to pull stuff up, but I'm not, like, treasure locations are not a thing that I'm fully aware of, so that'll be interesting to make sure we find each of them. Spirit locations are the thing I have a near, like, like, perfect memory of. You, a magician? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, they weren't like in the Game Boy version. They weren't like added as party members. You still were always playing as Brian. If you have the water jewel, there's a bookshelf that moves in Dondarin Castle. Okay, so there's a door that the orb opens. Let's check the library again and see if there's something I can poke now that I have the water jewel. Does not seem to be. Oh well. Yeah, the like French vanilla mode as it is on the Merrow Randomizer is a lot of fun. That was Questmas 2 was that, and I think that was a very, very fun playthrough. If you're ever interested in playing this game for yourself, pulling up the Merrow Randomizer that I'm playing and just turning on the like quality of life stuff from that, absolutely worth it. Big improvement. Hey bud. Alright. I think that's castle. That's good that we were able to do full castle in one go. Alright, we need to find a healing spell. We need to find a way to fight Solvering. We could go to Larapool and die. That's an option. I don't wager it's a good one at the moment. Um, but yeah, like I was saying, the Game Boy version has those extra characters as like main characters who show up, and especially in the last third of the game, are taking big actions. Kind of after you get to like the guilty fight and move on. But like, it's still just you playing as Brian. Okay, so quiet power. What is quiet power? Bag mouth. Let's pop you with the stick. So yeah, initially, we have a thief in the woods who stole the Earth Orb, and we're gonna go get it. We can skip over that now with the Earth Orb in our possession, but I'd rather go back there and make sure that there isn't one of the other keys, since we've seen they can be in these areas. What the hell's quiet power? What is that missing doing? This is actually a good... It's silence. Oh. Quiet power, yeah. The names, by the way, for the randomized spells are, like, real. Like, they do have information within them. They're, like, randomly generated, but they're not, like... They're off of, like, a kind of, like, a list of different available ones. I think it's an Earth. This homing toss I thought was interesting as a spell, as a multi-hit. So we're gonna go Earth, and Earth should have a healing in there. Specifically because all of them should. Okay, so time to not get lost in the woods. Okay, nothing there. So first things first, there's a fork that we literally just passed by here. This way forward is the way to Solvering, and this way is the way that will lead out to the flats. Okay. Water bond should give me a bunch of turns here. Yeah. These are bots? Ooh, I'm close enough to get hit. Okay, hold on. Let's get out of here. Oh, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, don't like that. That was their own version of the spell I've been using here. Okay, fought a lot of bots. Gotta keep an eye out. I know there's another spirit around this corner, I think. There it is. Stone Burst. So this is going to be the door that's an exit. But there's a treasure over here. We're going to get that treasure before we Kabuled. Let's do some camera adjusting. We're getting scanned. So Stone Burst we'll have to check out. Alright, what's our goodie? Figurine. The move. Ooh, that Stone Burst is quite real. That's like big melee range rock. Yeah, okay. What are we doing on defense? I have not gained a point in defense. Oh no. At some point, we're gonna have to find an enemy that has like a multi-hit, like homing rock attack, and just get bonked for a long time. Defense as a stat is something that you absolutely will need late. Frigged it. Like if they have this, the homing attack. Looks like everybody has this big move, but it doesn't do any damage, so... Anyway, let's go over to the hut. Oh. Merrow Nasty. Nasty. I think these were the Mario Nasties last time. Mario is not nasty this time. Alright, so we get small hut. Which has another spirit for us. No new spell. Honey bread. At least we have a lot of, like, healing items available to us. If we end up not finding a healing spell, hopefully we can still take out Solvering with, the power of incredible violence and bread. Those in combination should avail us well. Kaboom! We'll do locking prison. It's only single target for locking prison, but... If I could get somebody with it, that's some real good damage. Alright, let's get Merrow Nasty out of here. I'm sorry, that was how much damage? Shoofa. Armor wasted. I'm gonna have to go up. Maybe a third spell in each is healing. Okay, well, we'll keep heading up the list. The setup on the randomizer means that 2 of the elements, not just 1, should have early healing spell. So, armor wasted. I don't know what that did. Merry Questmas. Alright, there should be another spirit around this corner for us. We'll start going back into wind, I think. It's worrisome because a lot of the fights here, there's not a lot of, like, danger to them, which is great for us, but does mean that, like, later down the line, we're going to vastly have issues. We'll have to find it. If we can find an enemy who has the arrow spell, that's generally the best one to just take hits off of for a long time. Alright, there's another spirit. You can see right there. Kaboom. Damn, these things hit real hard. Luckily, everyone just likes putting my defense down. Okay. So we get this big... Oh! Okay. Min trip. Ow. Okay, that one's frozen. So now we need to focus on the non-frozen one. Because of the way turns work, we're skipping half of the turns. Now we're skipping 100% of the turns. Damn, those are dangerous. Quicken column. It's gotta be like a speed up. Alright, we'll have to go up to fire next for our next spell. Again, we're looking for heal 1. I think that's a heal. Alright, time for Solvering to kick our ass. It's the final boss music? Okay. Oh, shit, hello? Oh, right, I randomized bosses. It's not Solvering. Huh. Well, can I still, like, steal from you? Uh-huh. Alright, Neffy, what's your, like, aggro radius? Huh. That's funny. Getting a Duel of the Wings doesn't do anything, because you can always get a free one in town. Alright, Neffy. My barrier! Nepty here is the water boss, the third one you fight after going through Blue Cave for an hour and a half. Let's see what happens if we stay away from you. What danger level did Merrow give you for your settings? Normal. 14. Might have been 15. Yeah, we already stole your water orb. I guess you'll steal it from us. Quiet power. Alright. Okay. Okay, you've got short-range barrier blast. Okay. Do not get in close range to Nepty. Hello? Okay. Nepty is quite strong. Nepty is where you start running into, like, dispel bosses. And that's a pain. I mean, in the fact that, like, you have real buffs by the time you're fighting Nepty. Luckily, Quest 64 is very much a, it's on different attacks. The big thing is that, like, by the time you're fighting Solvering, you're not gonna have buffs, you know? What's Quicken Column? What did that do? Not really sure what that move did. Yeah, one of the reasons, like, so, it did quicken my columns, you're right. One of the things that's very cool about, like, fire as a tree is that fire is all about, like, self-buffs. Vampire Staff is a good way to heal, and just Power Staff is a nice move. The problem is that almost every, like, I don't know if it's every boss. I think it's all but, like, one or two, and if so, like, I think that one is, like, literally Solvering. bosses, let's just say all for the sake of it. Bosses can dispel all of your buffs on hit. And the reason that Magic Barrier is as powerful as it is because Magic Barrier makes you immune to being hit. So you can't be hit to have your buffs dispelled to remove the barrier. So, like, you know, it solves its own issue. Okay, but we've learned here. I went in close on Nepti because I wasn't sure if Nepti was going to have the same moves. We've been randomizing. So one of the side effects of randomizing spells is that enemy moves also, as you've seen, have changed based on that randomization. So we can't count on everyone having exactly the same moveset. Though boss moves, as we saw there, do not seem to be affected in the same way, so I'm sure Solvering's giant laser blast is not a major issue, you know. We got the freeze. So we're gonna want to stick far away from Nepti. Now if he can shoot bubbles at us. The bubbles will be kind of nice if they're multi-hit damaging moves, like, and they seem to not have a perfect accuracy. We can just stay away, maybe take some lumps, heal it off. The other part about fighting Nepti in base Quest 64, in Nepti's actual location, is that Nepti's location has you locked into a pretty small area. It's not like, oh wow, you can't level. It has these silly little yellow balls that are good enemies to fight. But it is a very tiny area. Alright, hopefully you can fire next. We're hunting for that heal spell. It has to be said, having access to a level 1 heal spell is game-changing as far as, like, your ability to be diving anywhere, just because of, like, you regen MP on walking and attacking. You can see I'm regenerating an MP on that attack. Go to 16 and 17. So, like, having that lets us, you know, be able to take lumps rather than avoid lumps. And we do need to take hits. We have gained 1 point of defense. One thing that's very funny to me is that I did adjust, like, encounter rate. And, like, the reason I adjusted encounter rate is that there are some areas in this game that are just, like, unreasonable with their encounter rates. You know, getting it, especially in an area where, like, you're trying to tell which way is forward and backward, getting an encounter every 4 steps can be, very annoying. Places like Blue Cave, places like Coal Hazard, places like the Volcano. Basically any dungeon, to be real. But that cutter does no damage, huh? I really like the color scheme that Brian chose. I put it on random. Bonk. Okay, here we are. Almost back to Nepty. $60 health. I generally assume fighting Silvering with a little bullet above 60 sounds right. You might be wondering why the hell do we want to fight Nepty? Because we already have the Water Jewel and the items from the arena. Bosses have like a pretty hefty like level on them, and so fighting them is worth it just for like that. Let's do one more out here before we fight. One more and we can get another fire and maybe that'll have the heal spell hidden in it. A heal spell. It's probably at like water 4. Me avoiding water is just me like getting myself by doing it. Ooh, let's just Burning Erupt, get this thing the hell out of here. Okay. Could have been way worse. I'm frozen too. Help. Homing blades. Alright. That might be something useful to fight Nepty with. Alright, round 2. Okay, yeah, homing blades. 200 health? Oh my god, Nepty. We're doing good damage, though. Alright, we need to eat a loaf. Just keep running away. Yeah, this is a move I want to level. This is powerful. Multi-hit stuff. Six attack. We're gonna run through the soup here. That's our dodge, is running through the soup. Yeah, that's like 6 hits? Uh-oh. Do I have a do? I believe that Nepty here is, like, because of the placement. Like, this is Nepty replacing Silvering. Nifty. See, my health went from 61 to 71. So, that's why we want to take the boss fight. That's Nepty down. We defeated Nepty through the power of soup and, homing blades. 6 hits for 2 MP seems fucked up strong. The most expensive spell in this game is only 3. But you're right. Spells are based on how deep in the layer they are, as far as cost goes. So right now, if I hit a button, you know, for Windy Ice or for Spark Throw, I'm on layer 1. It's a 1 MP spell. The next button I hit will bring me to a 2 MP layer. And you see how they all have empty on their next choices? Those are the 3 MP spells. That said, once we find out where our stability is, wait, out this one. I definitely feel like leveling up on fire so that homing blades can be more damaging is incredible. Just because the multi-hit nature of it is quite good. Yeah, so in this game, you aren't like, it looks like I'm hitting wind to combine fire wind to make homing blades. That's not true. These are all just fire spells. But in the Game Boy version, you actually did have to level up multiple elements in order to level and gain multi-element spells, which made them much more like, it made the leveling much more compelling in my mind. Whereas here, it's just, once you find a spell that you like, you want to level that, like, you want to level that one alone and nothing else. So. Anyway, it's time to head out of, Dondarin. I don't want to be near this. Okay, that damage is real. Okay, thank goodness. Let's just spend our first set of yellow wings. We'll go to the end, heal up. But yeah, if you have not played, if you're interested in this game, you've not played the Game Boy Color version of Quest 64, Brian's Journey, well worth it. It has a like, the way that it emulates the combat system alone makes it a very intriguing look. Yeah, just wait, what did I get there? Hold on. Hey, mint leaf, sure. Like, that alone makes it like a really interesting like look into like a game alone, just to be like, oh, huh, what is this even doing and how is it emulating this game? The answer is really like niftily. Buddy, I need talk. You know, maybe I don't need talk. Get out of here. Is it up here, I think, is the... Are you the save? I think you're the save. I was thinking I needed to talk to get wings, but, I needed... Alright. So, onward. Hopefully we can find, like, an enemy that has a multi-hit we can take a couple lumps off of, and hopefully we find our dang healing spell. These two things are our quest for Questmas. We also, obviously, are going to be on the lookout for more gems, jewels, goodies. Also, we have one of a couple areas in the game that are just side areas. They don't have anything that puts us forward, but have a lot of spirits available to us. The first of these being the The Glencoe Forest? Off to the east. I guess we're heading south, so it's off to the west. The damage is so good. Meanwhile, Wind Slicer is that but one hit. You might worry with, like, the way that I'm leveling that I might have issues being able to fully level a single element. Within Quest 64, if you're going around and getting all of the available levels, it's pretty simple to be able to get, like, 2 or 3 even to max value, up to 50. There's an option within the randomizer to change the max value from 50 to 99. I did not turn that on this time simply because it's a little bit too powerful. If you find, like, because of the way spells scale, having a spell scale up to 99 is kind of like outside of the context of what a spell could be doing. This isn't a bad thing, mind you, under normal circumstances, because it allows spells to compete with Avalanche. But with the spell randomizer and spell power kind of adjusted, Avalanche is no longer the end of the line as far as like spells go. All right. So there's one over here we're gonna grab. Quick take a look. I think we're putting it in Earth right now. Yeah, we're putting this in Earth at the moment. Ooh, what the heck? Dwith Hegger. Now, with everybody close in, I think our actual best move is Stone Burst, because that'll hit everyone. That's a lot. This is, again, right here, this fight is the demonstration for why I feel that having a healing spell is necessitated. And, like, I was gonna say necessary, but then I thought that isn't the word, because I'm talking about a different... Anyway, oh boy! So many Dwithhaggers that, the game is not a happy person about this. The complicated models, the caterpillar is usually the one that does this. And if we can clean out 1 or 2 of these, that'll, you know... There we go. Now we're back to normal speed. I don't really want to get into melee with these. I'm eating a mint leaf. Miss. Okay. Yeah! Finally! Thump. So, like, you can see, the heal is pretty awful, but your MP regen means that, like, it works. I'm now at full health and we're able to function. So... I wonder whether the other heal then is probably in. I'm gonna go Fire Earth then as our levels. It's just Chuck Rock, it's fine. I love the, like, clunk noise on our heal move. That's perfect. Ooh, now these are usually dangerous because they will fire a bunch of arrows at us. Now they're just dangerous because they have a ton of health. My heal doesn't outspeed this. Okay. Okay, I figured out how to dodge this. Not at this close range, I don't think, but... Still, that went way better than I expected. You're all talking about healing rocks and healing scissors. What about healing paper? Isn't there a spirit right here? Yeah, there is one. Okay. We're gonna level Earth here a little more to try to get healing rock to heal more. Every additional point we can get out of this spell is, you know, a lot of efficiency. If we can get this to like 7 or 8. I think I'll split it. I'll just keep going to 1 and 1 between fire and earth. Ooh, okay. The Twith Hager's not really not that big of a foe. Unless they get into melee, which I should not let them do. What's Armor Wasting do again? Mod Doll. Mods? I'm getting cornered here. That's within melee range? You're lying. One of the sillier changes that I've made in the randomizer is specifically just vowel changing on all enemies. I think it's funny. That's why it's Twith. You have to start wondering how we got Mario in here. Okay, I just don't want to be in melee with you, right? Like, that's it. Yeah, I just don't want to be in melee with you. Alright, anyway, this should lead us into forest, right? Now, okay. What are you talking about? This is a... The reason all the spells are different in here is that this is a randomizer. Hangman's Merrow version 48. There's a lot of different options within it, and specifically within this randomizer, one of them is just vowel changing enemies. Oop. Didn't mean to click out of that. That's why, you know, Brian's cape and staff are different, why all our spells are not as expected. And even why enemy spells are different, too. The Dirk Goblin. Merry Questmas. Welcome, Dirk Goblin. Oh, check out the Goblin's animations. They're beautiful. Alright, so, yeah, and this area is completely optional to check out. The main factors it has for us are weird enemies, like Trant here. Oh my god, Trant, you have too much health. Glad I figured out how to dodge that specific attack. We do seriously need to have somebody who's got like a usable multi-hit. still up their sleeve because, like, our defense is going to be terrible for some time. Now, there's a... Yeah, right here. Okay, roll heal to 7. That's great. That's the little bit of scaling I was talking about, built into different spells of different elements. It's not a huge amount. Alright, so on the other side of the lake, there's a couple spirits, and then there's a hut over across that way. That hut has a treasure for us. Then there's a couple more spirits and an entrance to Blue Cave that we can only use. We can't enter from it, mind you, but it is a way into Blue Cave. Okay, Stone Burst standing here, I think, is our most damaging move. It misses a little more than I'd like. Maybe it might be better just to be using the Arrow Burst because of, like, it hits 6 times, which means it misses 1 out of 6 instead of 1 out of 2. Oh! Oh, God! Many Goblin await you. We'll try getting more of them with the, It's weird because we're not getting, like, the visual for the turn skip, but the turn skip is there. It's working on some of them. I just can't tell who. If you're wondering what the blue dot is, that's the scan. Looks like the only one who's not currently frozen is the one in the back there. Yep. I got out. Alright. Ah, I should have bet on it. Okay, that's fine. We got bread to use. That's the whole point of it. We'll get more. Alright, so there should be a couple spirits up over on this side of the lake. There's one. You get really good at spotting the little spirits. Stilcar? I don't think I want to fight Stilcar here. That's too much health. Drain weak. Alright. Sure. And there's another one over here somewhere. Heal them? Or is that an MP steal? I think that's an MP steal. Yeah, hold on, like... Miss, okay. Yeah, that's an MP steal. Oh, goodness. Nice one to have. Obviously, like, there's no, like, we can't drain them to 0 or whatever, but, like, it's a way to, it's more of a way for us to keep up. Now, like, if we're in a situation like this, we can just, like, drain weak, and while it has a hit rate, there we go. Oh, I see the spear in the background, too, there. It's behind that tree. I'm always a fan of, like, battles on an overworld location. Sometimes it can be a little awkward. The part where the fight, where that can get awkward is, like, terrain. Tales of Zestiria has fights that take place on the overworld, and, like, around corners and in hallways, it can really suck. But it is just really cool to, like, not have the transition into a combat arena sort of thing, you know? These Stilcars are really strong. It's lucky that their ranged attack is just a boulder on the ground. Okay, hold on, where's the... I saw the tree. There it is. Searing evasion. Okay. Self-agility up, perhaps? Smooches. Hot laps. Terrifying. My damage is also nothing. I'm not convinced you have an offensive move. We're putting you in jail. Yeah, set yourself on fire so that your dodge is higher. Nobody will hit you. Here's the house, by the way. Homing toss seems kind of nice. So in this fight, homing toss is better because our opponent is fire elemental. You can see that little red triangle diamond up there. So like our 6 hit actually is quite weak. But our 3 hit here still hits pretty nicely. And of course we have this option. Always respectable bonk. Alright, we're gonna quick head in here. I'm gonna... Oh no! I'll be back in a minute. Alright. We're in Battle Hut indeed. Oh no! Blue Cave is here. For you. If you'd like to be cursed by Blue Cave. Anyway, what's your treasure? Another one of these amulets. But yeah, one thing I know that I've felt... just personally, I've shifted over the years, is kind of in the ways that I approach looking at games that I end up playing, looking at movies I watch, and how they both try to do whatever it is they set out to do, the ways that they uniquely do things, the ways that they fail, rather than just like, boy howdy, this game sure does suck, huh? And like, Questmas has been a big part of that journey of just like, hey, you know, yeah, things vary from, did I miss on all that? Things vary wildly on their internal quality, but you know, sometimes we get interesting things to take from them or to add to, or just like, I don't know, it's... Bonk on the head. You need to get away from this still car. Or we don't. What if we don't get away from this still car? What if you jump on... What if I get Goomba'd for a while? Well, I think of how to specifically... my thoughts on game design, which... We're probably here for like 6 hours of Questmas, maybe longer. Hopefully not too much. We already have half the jewels we need. But like, one of the things that, like, one of the more recent games that, I say more recent, it was probably 5 years ago, but one of the games that approaching, gave me an appreciation for, damn, 9, that's nice, for, like, looking at, like, games, media, art, things doing, like a variety of, like, both thematically strong or weak or like consistent or even like you know, unique gameplay things, fun gameplay things, all sorts of different pieces that make up what a game is. Was playing through Final Fantasy 13, 13.2, and 13.3. Like, games that have, like, a wild reputation. Some of it deserved, some of it not deserved. Some of what is said about it, maybe not as deserved, but, like, a lot more to take out of it than just, like, just what its own, like, small reputation. I say small, that game is not a game with it's a game with a long tail. But, like, both the different ways that a game can succeed and fail on its merits, and also how it, like, works for you as, like, an art piece. Or even like as a thematically or structurally. I don't know that I have a point. I don't think I do. That's okay though. I don't even think it's like I isn't there a spirit around here? No, this is just the blue cave entrance, which I can't use. Wait. It's another bit as well because it's like, I see it also reduced to a, quote, it's okay to like bad things, which I think is insulting as well, because it comes with this assumption that, like, it's okay, your thing is bad, like, and that itself sucks? Can I actually just go into Blue Cave? Like, it's a... Am I gonna die? No, we're good. All right, everything's fine. Do I hear final boss music? That's weird. All right, we don't have to go back to. So it's more who's saying the thing. Like, if you're calling the game that you enjoy bad, like, that's fine. When somebody else is telling you it's cool to like bad things, that's fine. Final Fantasy 13 sucks and is a bad video game, but you can like it. Like, that's insulting and patronizing. But like, if it's a game where you come at it and think like, oh, here's these, there's a lot of things I don't like in the script or maybe in in, you know, it mechanically, but I just really like the game. Like, I have a lot of fun with it. That's definitely a guilty pleasure. That's something, or, you know, something that you but it's and I know a couple people have said, like, very much to the truth that, like, what, like, nuance just gets, very quickly scraped off, and becomes into a frictionless blob of thing good versus thing bad, right? Yeah. Love that. So here's the thing about eyeball slime too. Our defense is like 9. We need more defense pretty heavily before we hit Blue Cave, or else that's just gonna happen again. Yeah, I don't know. And like, Yeah, I still have a lot of trouble putting my thoughts on this sort of thing into words. Like, in that, like, we'll just homing blades these for a while. Because it's also something that you don't want to have to like couch a ton of words on your language about, like. But like, if it's a thing, yeah, I don't like that. It kind of sucks. Like, I didn't have a good time with it. That's cool, but like, that doesn't make a thing a bad thing. Whereas that gets to be put into a subjective, like I enjoyed this, so now I'm going to locate reasons why it is objectively bad. So, yeah, hopefully we can find an eyeball slime that doesn't kill me in 5 hits. And by 5 hits, I mean 5 arrows from full health, because I need to take some hits to be able to... Mod Doll. Mod Doll's very silly. I love the name Mod Doll. I don't know, there's a number of, like... Just that entire vibe, opinions are not absolutes. That's a pretty close way of putting it. Because, like, really, to me, it's like 3 or 4 different issues that all get, like, thrown into one. Of, like, a combination of, like, reductive, like, like, everything needs to be an extreme argument, which is different than the opinion thing, which is also different than, like, we're gonna end up with 1,000,000 MP this run, aren't we? Which is also different than, like both a part of... I find myself doing it and try to cut myself off of, like, having to put a bunch of qualifiers on the way I feel on something, but at the same time, I don't want to present my own, like, here's my feelings on a thing, these are absolute, and I'm going to treat them as a fact. But then there's also parts that are, like, then tying that out of things that are factual. This game is incomplete. That's not really an opinion. It's shown by how it is at the end of the title and how the Game Boy Color game adds the last third back into it. Case where there's initial sentiment picks up speed, then, like, that gets questioned as to why the hell that even got picked up in the first place. That's definitely a true bit of it. Thinking on the kind of, like... One of the things I like to do, and I try to push myself to do a lot more, and have been for a few years. Again, Final Fantasy XIII is one of the big ones I think of when I think of this, is that, like, it's very easy to, like... there are a lot... I'm going to continue going back to that as my go-to here, because I find it fits most in different discourses on it. But the thought that, like, it's not that you have to have had to have played the game to have an opinion on it, but rather, if that opinion is just, I have taken someone else's wholesale, that's, like, nothing? I don't know. That one's hard to pin down, too. That's a different thing. Like, that was 15 that had the cup noodle bit. Though, I guess 15 started as Versus 13, so you're not wrong. But no, the reason I wanted to seek out and play 13 was because I had heard a lot of things about it, but I wanted to, like, see how those actually played out. And, like, the point of experiencing a review or hearing other people's, like, thoughts on a thing is definitely to be able to better, like, both, like, find something you might enjoy. Like, hey, I know this person has tastes close to me. Well, I enjoy Final Fantasy 13. And, you know, if you have somebody who has, like, they definitely like games like me, here's their thoughts on it. Yeah, you can kind of feel that. What do you mean when you say 15 was originally Versus 13? So, when Final Fantasy 13 came out, afterwards, there was a trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13, which was the early, like, very early look at what did become Final Fantasy 15. This was like a short trailer at an E3. God, was this like 2009? The idea with Final Fantasy 13 was that Final Fantasy 13 was going to introduce the Fabula Nova Crystallis, like, shared universe of games that all were going to use this shared, like, mythos to build on. There was also Agito, which turned into Type 0, and Type 0 does do this. Type 0 still is a Fabula Nova Crystallis game with Lassie, Fal'Cie, a lot of the trappings you find within Final Fantasy 13. The original Final Fantasy 15 was... oh, that's just Goblin. Okay, Goblin has the move I want. Interesting. But yeah, so originally Final Fantasy 15 was a game in this shared universe. It was a Fabula Nova Crystallis game that was going to be a side title related to 13. However, oh boy. However, what ended up happening was that I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die very badly. What ended up happening is that 15 ended up in a very lengthy, like, development hill sort of thing, where, like, it... rip. But yeah, like it was reworked and then reworked. I think it went through, like, 3 or 4 major iterations. Ding, 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 ding. Hello? I'm gonna have to read Sandwich Maelstrom's bit on Armored Core 4 and 4 Answer was for me. Played those games a ton. The AC5 came out and was initially disappointed. Played it a lot, realized on reflection 10 years later you really liked it. AC5 was good reining it in for overpowered elements in 4.4a. So, okay, so like, you reevaluating it years later was an interesting piece. But yeah, buddy, I need... You know what? I don't need an in. You know what? I didn't need an in the whole time. You know, if you're not going to answer your door, I don't need an in. I've got rocks. I don't need sleep. So how are we doing on that? Yeah, we are gating defense on this, which is what we need off those multi-hit moves, so that like, Goblin is something we're gonna have to get bonked by a couple times on our route over to Larapool. We could just go to Larapool. But, like, the walk is worth it. And also, you know, it's nice to. One of the parts about Questmas I do enjoy is just being able to talk with y'all about things, and these are thoughts I've been thinking about over the course of I think 4 or 5 years nowadays. Like, it's like thinking about different ways that different games and like different. Because this is also something that's come up not just in video games, thinking about ways that like films and TV series get like both thought of after the fact or like reduced down into little dust as they are, you know, watched by people. Frig. It's something that comes up a lot when I think of Quest 64. I want to say the biggest thing I'm thinking in a lot of different thoughts is just that like the reduction of thing good, thing bad is very easy to do, especially like and like to throw that onto like. Again, it's okay to like bad things just feels so. I don't know. The things have different qualities throughout them. I think Quest 64 is a very novel game. I think that it's a bad game in a lot of respects. It's a good game in a number of respects, but to try to dump it into one little category, like. Is not useful. That's a thing, like, with just sort of, like, media in particular. Savage Maelstrom says, like, it's hard to accept and notice TV series, good ones stand test time, and I remembered mediocre ones disappear. It doesn't mean they're the ones that aren't perfect aren't worth experiencing. It doesn't mean they fall through the cracks. That's something, too. Like, you can learn a lot from watching a very flawed piece. Playing a game that has, like wildly, like, you know, hit or miss, good or bad, strong or weak, like, pieces, script, shooting, plotting all over the place, acting, can be much more, like, interesting in the whole, just because there's, like, both, like, stuff to take from that, and, like, you know, I'm always a fan of the rough gem rather than, like, a more sanded down one. Do I have a new... Water Heave. Alright, what is Water Heave? What? What was that? Was that anything? Just, yeah, there's the rock. Anyway, all of this is also to say I wish Sea of Stars was a better video game. I know that's out of nowhere, but it's also related to where my thoughts have been for the last, like, 6 months. Nah, 3 months? I don't know. Just, sometimes games get stuck in your head and you can't get them out. don't think we need the heal. No, we're good. Alright, let's see if Goblin can kick my ass some more. We probably want to fight that's like 1 Goblin and 3 not Goblin. I just couldn't get into the writing for Sea of Stars to enjoy it. That's exactly my biggest issue with it. The writing, plotting, characters, for the most part, are just not anything. Like, while the gameplay and art and music of it is very strong, especially, like, but, like, things are, this is part of why I think a reductive good-bad doesn't work. Like, Pokemon Scarlet Violet is the most fun I've had with a Pokemon game in a decade. It also looks like trash and doesn't feel like a game on of the quality that I would expect on the console it's on. There's also an issue I'm sort of having, like, smallly looking at how Dragon Quest Monsters Dark Prince is. I haven't gotten far enough into that to be able to say that one for certain, but it has not, like... I feel like it should be, like, not have as many, like, frame rate dips and, like, kind of like the quality of the look of things doesn't have as strong of a look as I'd want. Took the writing style that worked for Messenger without realizing it only worked for the Messenger because it wasn't the character story. Yeah, that's like a lot of the only a few of the characters end up working, and even there, it almost feels like some of them work by omission. Is the best way I'd put it. Like, they work because they're underwritten, which gives you the ability to fill them in. Our 2 super wizards in that game. Whereas, like, things just sort of happen for no reason, and most of our main characters don't have much of a personality. So, like, and that's something, like, in an RPG like that I expect, or hope for. I think we can probably get the mod doll here. I was walking away trying to run away from this fight, but at this point there's no reason to. We can just walk in and bonk. Although, that's almost less the issue I find with Sea of Stars, is that it's not, like, it's not wordy in a way that illuminates the characters. Hey, Dewdrop. That isn't really too useful, but it's fine. You don't get to see the interactions between the characters because they don't ever talk. Okay. Ooh, this is a lot of goblins. Let's get close to the exit on this. Are you talking about the completionist thing? That wasn't just a cameo. That was, like, probably, like, the most on-the-nose compared to, like, what actually was going on thing in the world. Because, like, the character that the completionist was in the game was, like, this, like, person in town who you would, like, find, you would, like, donate to specifically, like, build up the town. And, like, if you found, like, you'd find people in town to, like, God, this hits so hard. You find and invite people to, like, build an inn or an item shop or a sauna or something. And then, like, apparently this person had also been involved in a very wild controversy involving, like, donations that just weren't sent that to a charity, which is just so on the nose with a character that it's like, no, we can't keep this in here, like, clearly. Alright, give me some hits. I need a couple hits, and then we're gonna walk out of this fight. I just need a couple points in defense. Okay. How are we doing? Defense 11. Yeah, nothing on, like... That one right there is just, like... kind of sad for the team behind the game, because, like... that had been a person who had been, like, very helpful as far as, like, both, like, had been someone who was, like, really big into promoting it and had, like, financially helped on the Kickstarter for it. Thinking about how my biggest issue with 13 is how long before you get full access and get major mechanics, and how it's true of many major modern RPGs. I think that might be getting better. It's definitely one of the things that comes to mind with, like, 13 as a issue. Is that just Frog? I think this is just Frog instead of Frog right now. Alright, Goblin. But even, like, even when it opens up, the game doesn't... No, it is a Frog Knight, okay. Even when it opens up in a way that isn't, like, as interesting as I would want it to be. Like, once you get your full squad. Alright. We're leaving. Okay. We're slowly making progress. It's better than 4. I'm still gonna be taking damage. Still dealing with these annoying enemies. Let's see if we can get some stuns. Maybe again, if I can take a couple hits, it won't be as bad as time goes on to allow for this sort of thing. Yeah, because we have so much MP. Alright, then... Hey, there's the big frog. I knew you were there. Oh, I passed by a spot that had a spirit. Frog Kong. Thirteen's comparable to mechanical openness of one of my favorite games, Dragon Warrior 7. True! Dragon Warrior 7 doesn't open up for quite a lengthy amount of time until you get to Dharma and like, what changes there. Alright, hold on, I gotta back up, because I think I missed one spirit, and I wanna... No, we can stay at the inn here, and then walk back. Shouldn't be that far back. Hello. No one will be able to help you. No one will find your body. How much Questmas have you missed? We are on our way out of Dondoran over to Larapool. Probably a third. Hello? Goodbye. we have the randomizer on for items, for the key items. So we have to find the 4 different spirit gems in order to get us into the final dungeon, and then we have to find the book. We fought Nepti at Solvering's place. And for the last, like, half hour, I've just sort of been rambling about opinions on pieces of media. Mostly it's me trying to get my thoughts into a coherent place, so, you know. But still. There should be a spirit back up here. Oh, go. Gerblin. Again, at least Gerblin's getting us will be like... Interesting video contrasting the writing development of FF6 versus FF13. Yeah, one of the things you can see with, like, 13 is how, like... And this has been something that, like, has been talked about with the development of the game, where, like, a lot of the cutscenes were developed much earlier than the plot was, finalized. Meaning you have things like all of Sid Reigns having to work the way it did because, like, this is just how the scene is. Was 64 getting a GameCube sequel? That would have been cool. Alright, anything new on fire? Blast Flame. Okay, a 3. Let's check out what Blast Flame is. That's too many goblins. Well, actually, no, this is just the right amount of goblins. Hold on. And it's what makes it interesting because, like, all these different approaches can be successful at doing different things. Alright. We're getting 10 off our heal now. We should probably leave the fight. We just probably should leave the fight. Let's leave the fight. Let's just not be in the fight. It's also, like, you know, I think about Magic a ton, and, like, that's also a difference in, like, the way that Magic sets can be developed. You can have a set that's built from, like the idea, like, it can come from the mechanics, and then build around those. It can come from the setting and build around those. It can come from, like, even an idea for a setting, like Innistrad is just like, we are doing a horror setting. What sort of cards can we make for the horror setting? Versus, we are going back to Ravnica. What is another way that we can, do these guilds that are already set? You know, how can we show Boros is Boros? Yeah, let's get back. Right, Blast Flame. All right. Oh, big! Can I hit multiple? Hold on. I tried to move the camera and accidentally did a stick attack there. Make Haunt not suck. Good luck. Okay, that's like a rock throw. Yeah, that's rock drop. That's really powerful, damn. But yeah, definitely, like, it's the Game Boy version of this gives me a lot of ideas of where this like, you know, it's like, okay, the spell combining and like leveling, where that system could have gone. Yeah. Haunt, one of those mechanics. Like, there's a lot of mechanics in the game of Magic, and over the last few years, thanks to things like EDH decks and side sets like Modern Horizons, there have been a lot of second runs of like a mechanic trying to, like, oh, you know, hey, maybe we can do a little, you know, like another shot at a mechanic, see if it'll work. Haunt is not one of those. Merry Grumble Shins, yes. Merry Questmas to all. Was Theros setting first or mechanics first? So the idea with Theros was a couple-fold. One, they wanted a Greek mythology set, and that was the starting point for it. Then they had like mechanics that kind of came from that. They wanted, like, devotion comes from Eventide's Chroma. Where does Haunt sit on the storm scale? That one's actually a findable piece of information. Also, the storm scale is hard to, like, evaluate nowadays, because, like, the idea with that is on a 1 to 10, how reprintable in like a standard legal set it is. But there are a lot of products that aren't standard legal sets nowadays. Haunt was listed as a 6 most recently, but it was a 9 in a lot of in a couple different instances, which I think is more correct. I think seeing a fixed version of it is more likely. Anyway, the way ships work in this is kind of cute. We need to go in and out because we need to reload. But yeah, evaluation of Magic sets and Magic in general, and like, also falls under a very like, it's easy to be reductive on good set, bad set, but like, even the worst of sets has things that it's trying to do, and generally has things it does successfully. Not always, not 100% of the time. There are a few sets that are just like, what are we trying to do here, and like, what was even the top level design idea here? I'm sorry, did you say desert? So I said I randomized all the talking on the NPCs here, so. But yeah, like, and even like the best of sets have things that they have that are sort of like strange pieces, or, you know, things that are worth taking lessons from, that are, you know, either like a weird failure in some way or success in other. Gromlin! I love you, Gromlin. Junior. Yeah, Blast Flame here is wildly good. This kicks ass. I skipped my turn because I thought that we had already gone. Hey, free bread! Thank you. Happy Questmas to all, and all good bread. Gundam fan, Groblin is a mobile armor for one of the... Ooh, a Flamingo Big Zam. Ooh, okay, that's cute. I need to get back to... I started watching Turn A for the first time, and need to watch more of that. Turn A was a series in my blind point of Gundam series. I watched... Because I watched the original Zeta and Double Zeta, and I watched Wing and G Gundam. Wing and G Gundam when they were on originally on, like, you know, their first, like Toonami runs. But, like, Turn A was at a time where I wasn't seeking out, like, subs, and it didn't have a release, like, at all for years. So, and then it just, like, it fell into a hole because Gundam fell into a hole for me after, like, Seed Destiny era. And I didn't, until recently, get back interested in the series at all. Thinking about it more because it's been a little over a year and change for Witch from Mercury, which was, extremely good in a lot of respects. Was a very fun series to get back into with. Again, also one that has its ups and downs, but I think its ups make up a lot more for its downs. But again, talking about reductive Gusthind. But if I am going to be reductive, worth watching. Absolutely. 125%. Love those two. Like, it's... Alright, we're able to get to Larpool. Oh, it is up there, damn it! I missed it. Okay. I was thinking about how more things should be gay, too. That was a thing I spent a lot of time thinking about with Xenoblade and other, like, games where, like, it's just assumed that everyone is like, just everything, everyone, it came up specifically with Arise, had me thinking about it, where Arise falls in a hole where every character gets paired off in, like, a straight relationship that doesn't make sense for half of them. I don't know, like, the entire point of the game being, you know, our main pair. That's great, that's excellent. But, like, why does everyone else have to have a romantic interest that gets picked basically because boy plus girl? With no, like, chemistry at all? I'm looking at Rinwell and Law. I'm looking direct. Return of Heteronormagand, yes. It's really weird to come down to Orc Jr. here after all the other fights we've had where Orc Jr. just isn't anything. Like I said, a lot of thoughts that are always going through my head that I don't always have ways to put, to like, file correctly. Ooh, another level. Still no new spells. That's okay. Let's see the Lar pool. Where does this music come from being used in combat? I think this was like later in is this Mammon's World actually? Last town. Okay, last town. Okay, this is the town before Mammon's World. Okay. Like, I know it's late. Hi. Douglas's town, burger? No, Brannock? Brannock sounds right-ish. I love the moving NPCs thing. It causes some weird issues, but it's pretty funny. There's a couple different flags that were available in, the randomizer, NPC movement. You can turn all ice physics on, which, like, you would just have no stop on your movement. You just run into walls all the time. I turned that on for 5 seconds, and then turned it off because it wasn't really fun to play with. Flabbergasted, you have the Earth Orb. Like, even just getting out of the Abbot's room was difficult because you couldn't move towards the thing. Oh, are you, Russell? Okay. That's the face of someone who's a puppet going to destroy mankind. Russell, you need to go home. Please. Over by this corner? Could we encounter a room with 2 Shannons? I think there's like 12 Shannons in the game, right? Like every inn plus the late game Shannons and like the castle. I'm gonna say Brannock, even though I'm not certain on that. Maltese, your legs are sticks. Like, those are... I'm so sorry, your legs are sticks. Okay, we could go to Blue Cave, but Blue Cave is a way to die. So... Excuse? The shortcut's active? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think Shannon's just flat in. Oh, I don't want to go there. That's to the boat. How do we get there? There's a shortcut that the randomizer enables that is this. There's a way to leave the end of Blue Cave through that little teleporter, and the opposite must be true down below us. So I'm not gonna use that though, because Blue Cave is effectively it's the third area. We're gonna go through Coal Hazard. So off to the south here. Actually, once we get out of this fight, I'll open up up against Gust Thend. There's a nope. Coal Hazard, we have to take that little left path to go down there to Normoon, and then the Windward Forest. In the Windward Forest, we would fight Zels, who would have the Wind Jade for us. Won't have, unlikely to have it now, but we still want to go there. For one, boss fight HP. For two, a lot of items in Coal Hazard and Normoon in the forest. Could be that we find the Wind Jade there. Another game that's had me thinking about like evaluations of games, both as in like reductive and non-reductive ways, and like good or bad, is In Stars and Time, a RPG Maker title that is really both well written and like interesting, because it's a game that's trying to induce specific like emotions out of you gameplay-wise, and I think does so quite well. Being mildly vague about the setup or things within the game, obviously, but like there are definitely parts of it where the intent is that this is annoying or bad in some way, and that's the point. And like that doesn't make it a bad game. It makes it successful at what it's doing in a lot of ways. Yeah, would recommend. If you're a fan of RPG Maker titles that have like a strong emotional core, in both like good and bad. Good and bad aren't the right words. Like, can be very tense at times. Omori comes to mind. Really hard to beat this spell, by the way. These dogs sure haven't found a way to do it. Fine, I'm just gonna bop the dog on the head. Bonk. No. Bonk. Yeah, there's... Big old Steam sale has a lot of things I was looking at. I haven't picked anything up, mostly because I have a number of, like, Miru. I have a number of, like, backlogged titles that I want to, still want to play. I have one last, nearing the end of Cobalt Core. That's been a blast. Of Stars and Slime is a very different game. Playing Dragon Quest Monsters Dark Prince, found an early path to rank D. Yeah, like, I've been doing Dragon Quest Dark Prince on Wednesdays, and the big thing is that I really wanted to do more, just because, like, only doing one day of Dragon Warrior Wednesday is like, oh, come on, give me more. It's been real enjoyable to get back to a modern Dragon Warrior Monsters game. I really only have 2 to 2.5, I'd say 2.5, like, gripes with the game. One of them I mentioned is the half, and that's like, fidelity-wise, like, it is weird that it is as low as it is on the Switch. But like, that to me, that's almost a nothing. That's why I don't consider it a real. The two ones that I have been having issues with, Skeleton, and Skeleton. The two bits I have, one I've talked about a chunk on stream, and that's that, like, Sorrow being a silent character doesn't make any sense. And the other is, the UI has some problems. Skeleton and Skeleton. Alright, back to... Hello. That was me stealing MP from Skeleton. That's why it was a green number. And Knuckle Sandwich into Star Ocean 2. Star Ocean is one that I haven't, I've watched a good chunk of. That remake seems wildly good. Very, like, charming in its, oh, that was just Stoneburst. I don't want Stoneburst. I wanted the level 1 of that. Very charming in the way that it does its graphical bits. From, like, a standpoint, especially of, like, oh god, can I pop Skeleton? Oh god, Skeleton's gonna kill me. I don't have good answers to you. Yeah, what all y'all all got currently that you're looking at playing? Any new titles, old titles? Super Lesbian Animal RPG was very fun recently. Yeah, that's one on at the top of my list of ones to pick up. If I end up finishing Cobalt Core before, especially like with it being, I think, like $10 on the Steam sale. Like, as I mentioned earlier, I do wish that it wasn't the case that that all games have to be the most hetero things in the universe, and if you're just gonna put it on the damn cover of, like, look, like, that's great, A+. It also has, like, a really, like, fun-looking aesthetic to it, and, like, a lot of RPG Maker titles are things that I've taken a look at, as of recently. Picked up Dark Prince. Oh, that's great. Loved it. Grand Prix relink next month. French you get a Warframe, genuinely answering plot of the last few years. That's nice. I haven't played Warframe for, God, a very long time, and fell into Destiny 2 as my like shooter of choice at the moment. Small Saga, something? Small Saga. Tell me about Small Saga. I haven't heard of that one. Final Prophet, the one you picked up. Directed a lot. Nice. Final Prophet I've heard a lot about as well. Profit as in like financial, not like. Oh, Small Saga's mouse RPG. Yeah, okay. No, I have seen Small Saga. I just didn't know the name of it. Yeah, but Guard Crush. Also real queer, which is always nice. Nice. Right, I'm trying the wrong buttons. Final Prophet's the one where it's like the queen decides to destroy capitalism by embodying and then destroying it. Like, yeah. Eska's got the Fey Queen gets kicked out of her role for capitalism reasons, decides to win at capitalism to destroy it. If you all got things you're interested in, I love to hear about them. Like that's how folks learn about new things, is folks recommending them. So, all right, let's go into Coal Hazard. This is where we die in a cave for the next hour. We probably get murdered by a big old dragon. I expect to have about 100 HP coming out the back of this. Replace the textures with N64 models for a Vita. Signalis. Signalis is one that I haven't picked up, mostly because like horror games aren't always my stock and trade, but it's definitely one that like I've heard very cool things about. Alright, Skolabat. All the like the reaction to things out of Signalis has been really cool. Vita hack community goes hard. Alright, hold on. I've got Guard Crush, right? Oh! Guard Crush as in... Also seen several friends fall down the hole of Void Stranger. Hi, I'm one of those. I've been playing that over the last couple months. It is a game that the hole goes deeper than I think, and then it goes deeper than you think, and then it goes deeper than you think. It took a lot to get into. I feel like Void Stranger wants to hide its stuff a little bit too much, but once it the layers kind of got peeled off it, really interesting game. Attention span is incompatible with Void. It seems cool. Yeah, it has a kind of high ask in that regard. A lot of Android points of Dead Space, Mass Effect, only 1 through World Ends With You on a Vita? Wild. That's really cool. But yeah, my quick on like if Void Stranger would be a game that you're interested in is that if you like puzzle games and also Lama Lana puzzles, specifically puzzles, not the gameplay. It's very different there. It is a game I think you would enjoy then. It will involve a lot of thinking. I like Skolabat. It's a good name for an enemy. I feel like our survivability is horrible right now. We're gonna die a couple times going through Coal Hazard here. Hopefully, like, we can find a slime that can hit us a bunch. We can fix that right up. I need to bop more enemies with the stick. I've been kind of complacent using the arrows when the stick is something that gets me some more health. That'd be nice. Alright. Alright, welcome to actual Coal Hazard here. So we have this, like, weird hole here. Alright, there's the dragon. So Wyvern here. Okay, very close range. Let me see if I can just bop Wyvern on the head. Playing Terry's Wonderland, the Japanese 3DS remake of Monsters 1 with a complete fan translation. What does it feel you're just spinning your wheels? I'm sorry, Wyvern has how much health? I'm gonna beat you with a stick for a minute. Yeah. One of the things I've been looking at with Dragon Quest Monsters The Dark Prince is, like, evaluating the different DLCs. I was watching a friend play with each of them, and the only one that really stood out to me as, like, one I would want to pick up is specifically the DLC that adds, like, these little, like, training dungeons where you both can pick up some new monsters and also, like, go through and find new items and, like go through with a specific... They want you to go in with a specific team. Like, there'll be the slime dungeon. And so you can only go in with slimes. And so it's, like, the slime training dungeon. And, like, that, like, sort of adds, like, a bit of, like, hey, here's an easier way to level things, but also, like, wanting you to build a team that's a little bit more specific. I think that's neat. Comes with a pretty... But, like, the DLCs in general just feel like things that should have been in the game, like flat. It feels kind of weird that they're, like, half again over on the price DLCs. Oh my god, the Wyvern's close-up attack is just an attack buff? We can't lose the fight against Wyvern? Okay. Sweet. Usually Wyvern's, like, a monster that, like, kills you. But yeah, Coach Joe's Dungeon Gym. The other two is, like, the Mole Hole, and the Mole Hole is, like, you can find monsters you've already found in there, and that's, like, useful. But, like, again, like, $10 for that feels weird to, like, have to pay for. And then, the other bit is the, like, is just a treasure chest that gives you items daily. This is oh boy. Scoro Crew. Alright, hopefully these blood slimes are good for hitting us with arrows. Truly does feel like something I got stripped out of the base game and be sold back, especially because it's day one, you know. Blood Jill. The blood. Yeah, and like that one is also like a paid DLC, and then all that one does is it gives you like items out of a chest like every day or something, maybe hourly. It's like, oh, okay, I don't know. So I am likely to pick up the one that is like the little extra dungeons, especially because it's like find some new monsters in there and maybe some like making some interesting teams. So I think that'd be like fun to do rather than just like a thing. So Guard Crush is actually useful to have because like defense, especially with our defense being what it has been improving, which is nice. We have to keep taking hits for that. Okay, here's the spirit over here. Quicken Grasp. What's Quicken Grasp? Did I use that one yet? Alright, go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Let's check out Quicken Grasp. Ooh, Okay. You absolutely positively need to stay near the dragon, or else you die because it hits for 30. Weird take, but one thing I like with loot box games, assuming they're balanced, is forced diversity. Basically, draft approach for TCGs. Everyone accesses everything, you see the same thing for every multiplayer match. That idea is something that I've had thinking about specifically Final Fantasy Record Keeper, which is a dead mobile game for the last year and a half at this point. Is the idea of how would you, because like, if all items were available in Record Keeper, how would you be able to make balanced new builds? Everyone would just gravitate to the same thing, right? Like, so you would want to have a way for only to only have like a percentage of those items be available to sling hunting shafts to chase your foe. What? To only have so many things available at a set time, so that there is like diversity of builds or a force to make it so that you only can play, like, you only have access to so many things. Playing through Dragon Quest V was very interesting in that regard too. A diversity of builds, because so many monsters had low catch rates, hard to catch rates. Where you can spend a lot of your time just getting the best ones, but it's much more likely that you're going to use whatever ones you do end up getting, like, kind of randomly, meaning that some people are going to have, Golem, some people are gonna have Slime Knight, some people are gonna have a King Slime, some people are, but like, and all of these are pieces of power, but they're not necessarily the same piece of power. And like, so yeah, having some way of doing that isn't like as much a set gotcha thing. You know, I absolutely understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. It is why randomizers are a really cool thing, right? But yeah, Opera Omnia is also So Record Keeper is actually not a game that no longer exists. It just does not have a global client anymore. Whereas Opera Omnia is gone at the end of February, which is wild. I did not think Record Keeper was going to be the one that lived longer. It felt like when Record Keeper ended out in global that it was going to be the end of the game, like flat very soon, because it was getting to like final boss encounters and things like that, and it was just going to be going through kind of those setups and then moving on. But yeah, global and Japan for Opera Omnia are going down in February, I believe, whereas Record Keeper's still going on. If you wanted to play it, you could. You'd have to have a, you know, because like I played the Japan client Record Keeper on like an emulator when I was doing the streams for it. I grabbed it to kind of like mess around with it. So yeah, still going along, kind of wild. But yeah, it's definitely like you want in a game where you have dozens of different options, choices, things that your players can play with. You want to have a pretty hefty like build diversity available, not just like available, but like viable, right? Like, and obviously not everything can be, but you don't want it to just be like, and these are the two best things, and they're the only things anyone ever sees. Crusader has an amazing thing. Have not seen that because I think that was after the global client drop. So, that's cool though. I feel like we're actually gonna be getting through Coal Hazard without issues. That's nice. Get near the... We need to get near the dragon. Stay as close to the dragon as possible. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of... It is funny because these dragons hit for like a third of my health if I'm not in direct melee, but yeah, it is interesting to like have a game where it's like, okay, you're able to play with these different sets of pieces, and they might not be the same pieces everyone else has. I really enjoyed playing Arknights for the while that I did. I ended up dropping Arknights, not for anything that the game did, but because I switched phones and lost the my like account on that, and did not want to rebuild and do the you know, opening 2 chapters of the story that felt like they went on too long. But like that was a game where it was definitely like you have these sets of, you know, units that you got from random chance, and then it's working with those to build a setup that'll work. Like, so you're not always working with optimality. Also, it was unique because like it was like a tower defense thing rather than like a more direct like RPG. Ooh, chest. Okay, there's a couple chests here. Hopefully we can find, again, we're looking for the Wind Jade. So we gotta make sure we don't skip any of these. Ooh, that gets us straight to Normoon, I think. Get in. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Not in enough. Bonk. 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 What else have I been playing as of recent? Another game on with the idea of like being reductive doesn't terribly work for things. And also builds, like, kind of working what you get with is I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 over the last couple months, which is a game that has, like, unparalleled gameplay bogged down by, like, some of the worst storytelling that you've ever seen. Not the worst story, I don't think that's correct, but the way that it's presented is just a question. And with a lot of systems that feel like they could be improved in a lot of ways. But, like, the actual gameplay of it is so goddamn good. You know, just flying, you know, flying around, literal, jumping around and shooting about a bunch of folks with a battle rifle or a bunch of rockets or things. It's cool. This Wyvern is trying to kick my ass, huh? Okay. Record Keeper is probably the only gacha you've seen with this balanced, difficult content around a reasonable hodgepodge. Yeah, like, you had to be, like, knowledgeable about, like, what pieces, like, what different kind of slots and ideas of what characters would do and, like, kind of, like, how you would build a team. But that team did not necessarily or ever really need to be built out of, like, here's the most optimal characters XYZ, you know, the only ways around it. It's like, no, you just need to have different styles of supports, or, you know, and like, different damage dealers with that can be supported. Yeah. But yeah. So, but Destiny 2 is a game I've been in and out of for years, which kind of helps for getting into it, because it's not one that is terribly conducive to getting players into, but is one I've been having a lot of fun about. One thing I've been trying to do more is writing up little, like, kind of game blurbs on my co-host as I have things to put into words. Again, as I'm talking here, I find that once I can put the words out into the world, my thoughts get to coalesce a little better. And so, if you're ever interested in a bunch of that sort of stuff, like, that's basically what my co-host is for, other than, like, stream notifications that get blown up. Genshin is not one that I ever got into. I've thought about, like, doing, like, looking at, like, what Star Rail would be like, but I don't know. I haven't been looking for another, like, mobile big game that asks a lot of time as of recent. Again, I guess playing, like, 14 and Destiny 2 take up enough of that slot. It's kind of sad that the blued Jills don't actually have the arrow attack here, which makes doing, like, leveling up defense is gonna... This is generally where you would do it. You get hit by the arrow attack that these blued Jills would have. And that would be your way of, like, getting your defense up to a reasonable position. Merry Questmas, y'all. I'm glad to be able to just hang out and have a good time with y'all, thinking about different games we're enjoying. Having Brian walking through a cave, as you do. Look at this cave. Look at this nice cave we get here. we get to walk on the big beanstalk. Everybody loves the big beanstalk. Yeah, this has me worried for Blue Cave. That preview we got a Blue Cave means it's going to be pretty awkward, and we do have to go through it because, you know, we're on a randomizer. We need to check. We need to do the checks. There's a lot of chests in Blue Cave. Perfect. Easy. Hey, Voice a Dog. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Questmas. Merry Questmas, y'all. This is the Quest 64 randomizer. We're doing a randomizer that has us looking for these 4 gems somewhere in the world so we can find our way into the final dungeon. We have 3 of them. The Earth Orb, the Water Jewel, and the Wind Jade. We're just having a nice relaxing time, walking through caves, talking about different games and things we've been enjoying. If you got a game you've been enjoying recently, I'd love to hear about it. We've been talking about like newer releases and older games, just things you've been enjoying. The Blue Jill. We're gonna bonk some blued on the head with a stick. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Hope y'all stick around for Questmas. This has been a running, so I started doing Questmas in 2020 during COVID as a way of just like having a thing to do on Christmas Day. And it's lined up that like I've had the day open because of when we do like, you know, family Christmas things. We're able to wonder if the shortcut works. Do I? Hold on. Okay, we're not gonna check that shortcut right now. We're gonna check that shortcut in a minute. Because I want to go to the inn in Normoon first. But yeah, so it's been a running thing now that my schedule is allowed. Just a nice time. Goat in. I feel like this cave is... Am I... This cave is without end. Help. Okay. Oh. Welcome to Normoon. It's got windmills. Normoon actually has a lot of items for us to grab. There's a lot of bread in these here windmills. Maybe we can find the fire gem. Honey bread. Healing potion. It's true. There's no money in this game. You just look. You get handed bread. Hello? We also want to talk to everybody. I know everyone's lines are different, which is funny. But sometimes you get items for areas. And we want to stay at the inn here. Hey, Shannon. Yeah, I've kept it in a hidden place. Don't you worry. Ma'am. Ma'am. Well, what is it? Ma'am. Goodbye. Ma'am? Okay, welcome to Normoon Inn. In the Game Boy Color version, you need to talk to some folks up here. Oh, hi. It's Leo. So, Leo here, as you might guess by the fact that Leo has like a whole character design, Leonardo here is one of the other main characters in the Game Boy version. Leo actually does show up later in this game when we find our dad. But this is one of our 3 main characters in the Game Boy version. You have to come up here and talk to Leo before you can go fight Zelst. Zeus. There's not a T in that. Ma'am? Get a nice look at Brian here. Brian's a great lad. I love the little hair bobble bit. Like, ma'am. 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 Mistakes were made. Okay, so there's some spirits sort of hidden around in the wheat here. I love how tall the wheat field is. It's perfect. You just get to see Brian's hair in a sea of wheat. Beautiful. Okay, fire gem. That's the last gem we need. Let's check this wheat field. I think this is the one that has a spirit in the back. Back here? No? There it is. I know there's a spirit in these wheat fields. There's where. Yeah. Water heave, guard crush. Okay. Again, I'm worried about her health. I'm worried about 92. Usually that's about 100 after, a little over 100 after leaving. But we have a forest now to explore, so... Merry Questmas. So in town, Zeus has a few, like, friends that were, like, with it, you know, they were a group. Another shoes. Okay. And mint leaves, sure. Am I missing another spirit? I feel like I'm missing a spirit in town here. Probably in the wheat field somewhere. Probably what I'm missing is wheat field spirit. Okay, there's Wheatfield Spirit. Good. I had a feeling I was missing a Wheatfield Spirit. Okay, so first things first, before we head over to the forest that Zeus is in, I actually want to head back the way we came. That's where all the bread comes from. So we get a little bit of a walk because, so, okay, as I mentioned, in the Game Boy version, in Coal Hazard here, where we go across the beanstalk and there's that little green spot, that's where there's a boss fight later in the game. You come back and do a fight against a big old dragon. It's pretty cool. It's like you and Fiora and Leo hanging out and doing things. Which, there's a shortcut in here, too, to get you there faster. And that shortcut is here. I don't know if it's open in the randomizer. It's not open base until, like, you get to the other side of it. But the Blue Cave one was. So, We're gonna go die in a cave. Well, that's... These aren't dying in a cave. These are just me bopping a slime with a stick. I can bop many slimes with many sticks. It's like what Dragon Warrior was made out of. Time for blood. And what else? I've been doing Cons Draft. You've been seeing that on stream, which, my goodness, Cons Draft being back on MTGA is such a blast. Seeing an old format in a modern context is a lot of fun, I think. Yep, okay. Can't go this way. And when I say a modern context, I mean, like, both from the context of, like, seeing how different the design of Khans of Tarkir is versus modern sets, and also, like, drafting the set with a more eye towards, like, current draft knowledge and, like, how, like, the metrics are a lot more known in drafting. MTGO numbers were always tracked, but the volume wasn't high enough. Whereas, like, nowadays on MTGA, with numbers that come out of sites like 17 Lands, like, you can have a lot better metrics tracking, MTG data science, and things like that, that are, like, really interesting to read up on. They're not worth, like, obviously you're not gonna, like, one-to-one follow your draft pick order, and they're also not, like, brand new in the sense of, like, think about how, like, I remember Hearthstone having, like, a reactive app that would, like, rank cards in the arena as you'd pick them and be like, ah, this is a 110-point card, this is a 100-point card, it has more synergies and things like that. Well, all the wind will cease, so we better get moving. Oh, it's boss music. And it's not as though there's a lot of new things in card evaluation in, with cons, but there is new things in, oh my god! That's too many. Okay. Spiders, huh? Those rocks double tap. Okay. Let's, try that again. I think it's this way on town. Yeah, past the wheat fields. No wonder I heard boss music. I should have known. Okay, here's the little Fey things. Temptress. Ooh, okay. Is that literal magic barrier? Hey now. Yeah, literal magic barrier, huh? Let's see if the balk gets through that. They're flying, I can't balk them. That's complete invincibility, huh? Alright. Triss has got the power, I see. Let's get the hell out of here. We can take some more parting shots. Or is that just Osmos? I guess let's... I can't see. At least they have the multi-hit. This is actually the fight where I want the multi-hit from, you know. House. House, please. Pumpkin. Jackie Lintern. Lintern. Yeah, I definitely want to fight some of these Fae and get hit by them a bunch because just of the like, defense. But I can't get close to them and I'll start casting, the problems move. And nobody wants to have the problems move cast at them. Alright, let's do some MP steal. They also have the MP steal. Temptress moving in. And has cast Magic Barrier. Alright. Let's get the hell out of here. One last arrow barrage before we leave. What is the answer to that? If there is one, wait it out. In the base game, Magic Barrier is a complete invincibility shield against, you know, That's how you, like, beat the game under normal circumstances, is you just put up your complete invincibility barrier. There are a couple things in the world that pierce it. I think you might be able to bonk them with a stick, but they're flying. It is a barrier against magic, but everything in this game is magic, so, you know. Treasure. There's another... Yeah, over here. The thing is, they only will... Ooh, powered erupt. Yeah, the problem is not being able to hit them with a stick, you know? That's a lot of spiders! Tiny. Yeah, immune to all magic in a game where all attacks are about magic. You know, we've seen a couple enemies that have physical attacks, but by the time you have magic barrier, there aren't any real. Okay. All right. Guilty, huh? Guilty. Okay. Yep. Why can buffs miss? You know. One of the things about buffs missing is that in like the speed run and like playing through the game under normal circumstances, where you do magic barrier to block everything, magic barrier can miss. So Guilty has 3 attacks, but we're basically only seeing 2. This claw thing, it's the short range ground effect. And then I don't know if we can get long enough out for the long range move. This might be bad. 600 health. Now let's get a feeling for what damage looks like against Guilty. Homing Blades. That's 13, so that was like 50 damage out of 600 HP. Okay. Okay. So Guilty is scaled being here, by the way. This isn't like a boss from the end of the game just showing up here, like, untouched. Like, Guilty is scaled to the location. But, like, the fact that Guilty's attacks aren't physically dodgeable means that, like, we are much more in a position of, like, needing to be able to reduce incoming damage, or rather than just being able to, like, you know, if you're fighting Solvaring, for instance, you can sidestep Solvaring's Hadoken beam if you're just moving. Same is true of a number of bosses where you can dodge. If you can dodge one of their major attacks and you can get them to spam it, you have the fight. Guilty doesn't have that. Guilty ends up being a much more of a, like, hard question in the game, as we've seen in this and previous playthroughs. So, hey Temptress, I need your help. It isn't as, like, we can sidestep some of the, like, you know, meat gate-ness of it from, like, items in the pocket, ways to extend the fight in that way. But but we also have to, like, there's only so much of that we're able to do. What's Rolling Burial? Whoa! I'm sure the attack down move might work. One thing you saw in that fight is that I did disable the dispel, the auto dispel. Bosses don't have auto dispel in this. I don't like that mechanic. I don't like turning off half of your, like, spells. Is when you have agility buffs and defense buffs and attack buffs. Like, you should be able to use those. They take a full round to apply. They should be useful. Ooh! Hey, it's these little things. These are great. I love them. Yeah, that's why I don't think it's just a raw gate. Disruptive Weight is cool. Dispel Strike isn't. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, if the boss takes the time, if the boss has a Thunder Joel. If the boss takes the time to, like, knock me out and be like, yeah, I'm gonna dispel your nonsense, I'm okay with that. I've put all the Thunder Jewels in jail. Thunder Jewel jail. Yeah, this stun, wildly strong. It's a move, again, that is a move that is in the wind tree pretty early, and because wind is not an element you generally use, because it doesn't have, like, flexibility like Earth does, it doesn't have, it has some damage, like, some of its cutters are some of the most powerful things you can do, but, like, in general, it just doesn't match up against wind and earth as far as base game elements go. But the status effects in there are quite strong. And the moves actually do have a lot of damage back to them if you're heavy in wind. They have multi-hit arrows, they have multi-hit stuff, the cutters, not the arrows. Fire in the base game, just flat, kind of is flat the worst because of its dependency on, I need to kill Big Spider. Because of its dependency on buffs, which get auto-dispelled in so many fights. Wind is full of good spells, yes. When I did my run through Wind Fire, I had a lot of fun with that run. It's why I really like the randomization on spells bit. Because the randomization on spells gives us access to, like, some spells that you normally wouldn't get to see. Alright, we're bonking you with the staff. Bonk. Bonk hours have begun. Bonk. Bonk hours continue. Powered Erupt. Powered Erupt. Raging Grasp. Okay. I'm unsure what the spell that the jewel is trying to do there. Hello? Orc. Front flip into a magic barrier, huh? Later, nerd. Wait, I can beat you with a stick, right? Yeah, magic barrier doesn't block stick. The problem is that the Fae are like flying, so... By the way, that miss is that you can't reapply magic barrier when magic barrier is up because you're immune to magic because of magic barrier. Magic barrier. So like, you have to wait for magic barrier to fall off before you can reapply magic barrier. And magic barrier has a miss chance, which is what makes like things tense. All right, Jolty, round 2. We have so much MP. So, want to be over here. And we want Guard Crush to start. Please? I mean, I guess we can tie. Okay, thank you. I need that defense up. Alright. Homing Blades, how you doing? Oh, Guilty has an element to this. It's not non-elemental. Should note that. That is a switch you can turn on and off in the randomizer. The thing with Guilty here is that Guilty has like 1,000,000 agility, which just means Guilty can move the entirety of this circle. Monk Divine Shield. Used to do that. Alright, we gotta weave through the trees. I don't want Guilty to get into melee with me. Yes, all of our stats experience bars are going up in fight. Like, they are... Experience is not calculated at the end, it's calculated every time the stat is touched. You'll see our MP does the same thing at times. There's 47 from 46, for instance. Okay, time to eat a bread. Bread. We'll be able to win this fight. I just gotta hide behind more trees. Even on an attrition fight, I think we're fine here. The fact that our buffs work, the fact that we do, like, we can't see the numbers, but the numbers are about 60 a full, 14 per arrow. Which, like, against 700 health, like, 14 per arrow does get there. Okay. And I'm probably gonna have to swap over to, like, MP stealing. Nope, never mind, it's bread time. Oh no, Guilty's catching up. Okay, defense up. Then we're gonna do MP steal. 117 MP. Thanks. Alright, clean. That was a fight of just kind of understanding what we were being asked. It wasn't even like a terribly huge, like, gate fight on like, getting through it. We just needed to know what we were doing. So. Alright, anyway, that is the forest. We can start heading to Blue Cave. We can, I guess, get a couple points in defense as we also got 10 health from that fight. Yeah, MP Steel was wild in this. Both the, like, applying it to you as, like, a thing, or... As I mentioned, knocking out enemies doesn't give us any, like, full... Yes. Yes. Yes, we're around the corner. Oh. Cool. Clean. Up to 15 on our heal. That's great. $20 defense. We were way lower when we started in this area. So we're in the forest. What we're going to do is we're going to head north back to Larapool. And then in Larapool, we're going to head into Blue Cave. Again, we could skip Blue Cave with the shortcut, but because this is a randomizer and things could be anywhere, we got to check. I'm sorry, that was like 3 steps. Alright, got some MP out of there. Bonk. Cool. Forest. Brian, how did you get here? So, next up is Blue Cave, and then we are on our path to the fire area. The fire area is quite large in this game. It takes up a significant amount of size in area because we have a whole... We go through, like a whole new area, find a whole new town, go through another cave, into a pyramid, into another whole new area, into a different cave, and the whole desert area we're able to go in. And then only in the Boil Hole, maybe the worst named dungeon, the Boil Hole. Anyway, after the Boil Hole, that's where we get Fire Jewel. So, like, for now, we've been doing, it's like a little, you know, dungeon area of, like, you know, of the, you know, the forest where we get the Earth Gem, and then we go, we do, like, one dungeon, like, and that, like, we did 2 dungeons for this one. We did Coal Hazard into the forest, but it keeps kind of building. So, Boil Hole. I wonder who's going to be in the Boil Hole this time. It won't be. It is unlikely to be Fargo. I wonder how that. There's a couple of fights that I kind of wonder how they'll change based on terrain. Love the Boil Hole. Okay, we got the bridge back. So, Blue Cave, Coal Hazard is like a dungeon. You can get turned around in it. Interestingly, it's a different like, you know, the GBA dungeons are, like, different in the implementation, obviously. Coal Hazard is one of the more major ones. Blue Cave is the notorious dungeon in this game. If you're familiar with any dungeon in this game, it's gonna be Blue Cave. It is a cave. It is blue. And that's its problem. If you want to, like, know which way is forward and backward, it's blue. The straight line you can get lost in, yeah. The straight line with arrows you can get lost in. It's wild. So, yeah, Seath looks at this and goes, Richard. Oh, I need to talk to somebody to lower the water level. Hold on, who's that? I need to talk to somebody. Do you? No, you give out mint leaves, I believe, is your job. Where's the lady? I think it's Layla. Check the downstairs rooms first. I'm thinking. Because it's like, you have to have the wind jade, and then you talk to somebody, and then, like, the water gets lowered, and then you're able to go through. We could go backwards through water, through Blue Cave. I guess that's possible and legal to do it. I wouldn't want to. Oh, there's 2 downs. Oh, this down? Yeah, this is it. Okay. Cool. Hello. Yeah, and then going in that room lowers the water level. Get some more spirits. Okay, and this is the other entrance. Alright. Yeah. As we saw earlier. Blue cave. It's a cave. It's blue. There are little statues, little, like, rocks that have arrows on them to tell us the right way. Even then, it's easy to get mixed. This way over there leads to Glencoe Forest. That's where we got murdered earlier in the game. We already grabbed the spirit down there, so there's nothing for us. And, of course, there's, like, a bunch of different ways to go. It's fine. What the hell was that? Score point? Alright, if I'm far away, they just miss. Oh no. That was so close. Okay. The other part about this dungeon is that it is long. Like, is this where I go? Kriller. Aww. That's cute. Yep, that's fine. We're good. Alright, I just thought of something. Sorry, we gotta leave Blue Cave for a second while it's on my mind. Alright. Up here. There we go. Yeah, we were saved at Normoon. I wanted to make sure we were saved in Larapool. Because if we take a death, I didn't want to end up in freaking, Larmoon. I know we have wings, but, like, I'd much rather just be able to go. come on. Alright, gotta go the long way around. Okay. Alright, round 2. This time, we'll keep fighting the jellies. Alright, so don't go this way. Go straight this way. Don't go to the right. It doesn't go anywhere. This is probably fine. Uh-oh. That score point is moving towards us. Uh-oh. I don't know what they're missing with. It seems like they're firing one homing arrow and not moving it. It like fires under them and then doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Okay. Keep moving. It's Mimic! Mammock! Oh, God. Oh, look at how cute it moves. Don't mess with Mammock, though. Mammock nose turned to blood. That's where it turns everything into blood. Yeah, the big thing is I don't want to be skipping on fights that I am able to win at a reasonable price. So we're just gonna fire. Uh-oh. That scorpion's moving in with the blood. Let's put the water bond up. That'll at least give us some turns, I think. Okay. Just fire the blast flame. The score point also knows rivers of blood. By the way, just want to ask, where am I going? Do you know? It's great. Which way is forward? North, maybe. Well, now it's west. Yeah, it's just, I love. The compass sort of helps, but you aren't going always north. Sometimes you're going west, sometimes you're going east. You do a 180 at some point in this dungeon. Ooh. Let's do some stick bonking. The key game mechanic is that winning a fight will always turn the camera back to the direction it started in, but running away won't. However, one of the caveats on that is true, and that's very good advice. The camera doesn't do it on, like, quickly. If it has to do a 180, it will be slow about it to the point where you'll gain control before it gets into position. So you need to, like, you actually need to delay the end of a fight and just let the camera do its thing. Because it breaks if you move. And that's what can get you. But that's super good advice. And that is the answer to the Sphinx's riddle. Because, like, right here, before I finish the fight, which way is forward? Right? Like, which one of these directions is the way on? I don't know. I literally don't know which way was forward in this fight. Did the enemy spawn behind me? Maybe. It's blue. You're right. So yeah, right there. Because the camera didn't have to move, it locked into position, you know, so this is forward. That's the trick. But if I was facing this way, or if I was facing like this, the camera would have to do that 180, and if you hit the stick at any point, it'll stop. And it'll be like, wait, okay, hold on. Alright. Alright, north is forward. Ooh. Not guard search, guard crush, please. Thank you. I do want these things hitting me a few times. Like again, the defense upping, the multi-optics. We went from, like, dying in one shot to, like, you know, 9s and 10s. It still sucks. The camera also will move after you run. The difference is, when you run, you gain control immediately. So it's super easy to, like, mess it up. What the hell was that? Alright, we're just gonna, like, let these things fire arrows at me from a distance for a little while. What are you doing? It's like bubble rock. So, like, here... Oh no, the camera doesn't! Oh boy. That's even worse. That's so bad. Oh, that's annoying as hell. Do you know where you're going? I thought it did in there. Be wary running from fights, I suppose. There's a cost that you may not know that you are paying. But yeah, very good advice, internet friend. Yeah, I've been using it and just haven't been saying it aloud, but it's absolutely like, you know, something that is a very, very not well-known fact and can significantly alter like how bad some of the dungeons get, because it's so easy to get turned around. I'm glad you mentioned it, because I hadn't said it this stream. Alright, just score points. Your simple score points. Everyone's friend, the score point. $50 MP is like infinite. That's wild. I think that's a side effect of the putting Soul Search on all spells. Generally, when you're doing like speed running and things in fights, even when you're running, you're always casting Soul Search level 1. Just because like, if it hits, it gets you MP. Max MP, not like... Oh no. Frig. So, down the cave, and this one we want to take the wrong way first. On a lot of these, you want to take the wrong way even, because there's treasure. See, can you see the treasure in the background there? If you have a good eye, you can see it. This is what it's like with encounter rate lowered. Yeah, so this is encounter rate on maximum 80 steps instead of maximum 50 steps. It's one of the more new changes in the Merrow Randomizer, is being able to control that. And the Blue Cave is much worse with the normal encounter rate, because it's like, it feels like every 5 steps you're in a fight and you get turned around. Especially if you're, you know, like, if you have to be running from fights. I don't know the exact difference. It says 50 step versus 80 step. I believe that's like the max before it gives you a fight. But I don't claim to know that. I would have to ask Hangman or some of the other folks involved what the actual, like, rules are with that. Anyway, this is our treasure. You can barely see the little bubble. So we have rolling. Flaming invert. Hmm? Flaming invert. Sure, I will... I don't know if I'll cast Flaming invert here. Hell. What did that do? Okay. that a damaging spell? It might be a damaging spell in front of me. Alright, moving on. Yeah, okay, let's try Flaming Invert from this range. I think that was 3 hits? So, like... Yeah, that's, like, almost melee range, too. Not super impressed with that. We're not running from this fight. I need to get far enough away to be able to, fire the Blast Flame. It's too far away. I feel like that Flaming Invert damage is pretty good. I'm gonna have to try that on a couple different enemies. Maybe some, like, ones that are more set for it. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Let's pop you with a stick. Would like the next another level heal somewhere in here, but like we'll live without it. Anyway, welcome to Open Cave. Oh, there's a... There it is. I knew it. Curing Shafts, not a heal spell. That's gotta be like vampire, right? That makes sense. So, like, let's hit and see if it's vampire. No? Maybe it wore off. Okay. Welcome to part 2 of Blue Cave. This is nothing for 5 minutes. You might think, Slyo, you were, like, joking, right? This isn't actually nothing for 5 minutes, right? You tell me. Yep, still going. Oop! A fork. Let's take the wrong way. Finally, something occurred. Alright. So we're going the wrong way in the cave. Because... I really hope this is forward. I think I'm gonna stick in this fight. I think I'm gonna... Oh no, if they're gonna throw the thing at me, I ain't sticking around. So yeah, sometimes the camera does shift, sometimes it doesn't. It's really weird. Anyway, this is why I went down the wrong way in the cave. We might find the flame jewel, we might not. We might find some important items, we might not. A figurine. Dion stone. That's the read enemy's souls. And figurine is the... Yeah, figurine is the rock drop. Nice. Blue Cave sure is a dungeon in this video game. You are not wrong. I've gained like 2 points of health in this dungeon because I'm not getting into melee with anything. I've also gained like, I think, 10 points of MP. 7? I think we were at 46. I remember saying 46 to 47 aloud. At least our heal's healing like 20. That's starting to be good. Oh! Everything loves to shoot blood at me, and the things that aren't shooting blood are shooting a million projectiles. We are gaining defense. I think we've gained 3 in here so far, but we need every point. It's the stat that I'm always concerned with. Which way on my compass am I supposed to be going? We're just spinning in circles. Blue cave, blue cave. This is nice though, once we're past Blue Cave. Blue Cave is like, just baffling to me. Like, you can tell there were issues with like direction in Blue Cave because there's the little signposts. It's like, ah, the signpost will help us. But like, again, it's looking at the component elements that I was talking about earlier about like, you know, ways that evaluating different games and such. And like, this is just one that sticks to me and it was like, really? So much? It's like, how much of this did you like, know you like, was an issue being put together? Never be sure. Merry Questmas. Hope you're all having a fine Questmas today. It's been a good Questmas, I think, so far. It's kind of been weird. The randomizer portion of this hasn't really made much of a difference. We've just been kind of playing it in order. Especially because, like, we kind of want to be playing it in order because the enemies are, you know, set that way. Like, we've had the ability to go into Blue Cave the entirety of the run, but, like, up until very recently, until we did, you know, the forest and such, there was no point in doing it because we would have died to the first enemy, been able to gain nothing. So, I don't know. I'm unsure how much we gained from the full randomization of the elements. I guess it means I do have to be more diligent about items and finding items in the world. So that's not bad. Well, the only difference so far is that we have the wind... sorry, not the wind jade. We have the water jewel at the moment. Yeah, I want to be... again, when we see these multi-optics, I want to be taking hits from them. Because, like... their multi-hit is going to be one of the best ways for me to be gaining defense possible. I think the best part about getting turned around in here is that we would have no way of knowing if I've been turned around or not until we either get out one side or find the little signposts. Luckily, we haven't been. Also, I think it's time for encounters to stop for another minute or two. Down the Blue Cave. So, it's time for the final part of Blue Cave. Final part of Teal Cave. Cave. Oh, we actually do have encounters in here. I thought we were completely out. The boulder. You gotta hit me with the multi-tap. So, final part of Blue Cave is the maze. So, we have 3 items we need to get in here. MP regen is walking. Every so many steps it'll regen, and when you bonk with your stick, it'll regen. Alright, I think we want to take the left. It's just a flat rate of like 1 MP every 5 steps or so. Okay, so we get our element, then we go back the other way. I think we just want to take the right the whole way. And there will be a couple ways we take off of the right for treasure. Hey, new old enemy, good old friend Skolabat. How you doing, Skolabat? We missed you. 100 Skolabat's bread? Oh, you shouldn't have. Thank you. I'm very thankful for Skolabat. Okay, so this left is one of the ones we want to take. Because there's a treasure over there. Yeah, Merrow does have a setting for, I think, doubling it on... I don't know if it's on regen walking around, or if it's just on Bonk. Because I know you can double it on Bonk. Okay, healing potion ain't a bad thing to find. I'm actually much happier if in this area with, like, Skolabad as enemies. This area is a lot more of a maze, and so being able to move through here and not be, like, murdered by encounters like we've had is good. Alright, so I want to take the next left. And then take a left there. So around this corner, over here, and then this way. This leads us to a spirit. Anything new? Next Skolabad, I'm gonna try curing shafts and see if that's vamp. Alright, now we want to take a right, and this right. And this is going for a treasure, which means it's more important. Sure, okay, so let's go... Curing shafts. That did not... What does that do? Nice. Nice! Ooh, we're at the level. So, mentioned this before, but your damage on your stick is like your full stats. So 30 plus 29 plus 1 plus 8 with like a small variation. Okay, so we want to go this way because there's a treasure chest right over there. So, and this one's really hard to get to if you're not going for it, and we don't want to miss a gem, you know? Anything could be Spirit Light. Full HP, alright. Yeah, right now we are at 30 plus 30 plus 8, so 68 on our levels. Alright, from here we're just gonna kind of like right-hand rule it to get out. Oh wait, no. Yeah. Yeah. Then this way. And then it should be on our left up here. So there's the chest. Oh, we escaped Blue Cave. Alright, now it's who's at Nepti. We're gonna go over to Nepti's place. Oh, we're not done. The final slime have barred our way. You got it, pause. Okay. Blue Cave still with a couple more parting shots. These are fine parting shots. Again, they're not harmful to be hit by multi-hit moves like that. Okay. What are you doing in here, crew? What are you doing in the cave? Weird. Alright, so. We're out. Ugh. So, as we saw when we were here earlier, there is a teleport right there. That'll bring us back to Lara Pool. We don't want that yet. We're also going to go over here because there is a spirit for us. Thank you. Blast Might. Okay. Sure. Hey, Owl. How you doing? There's friend Chappie. Let's save here and let's move on. So, moving on is, of course, as you would expect, use the teleport. To go to Colleen's. No pirate ship. Did I skip pirate ship? Oh, there's the ship. Anyway, welcome to the silly enemies on the island. They're full of blood. I love the full thing on a stick. Tyrmont? What was I checking out? Blast Might. Oh! Blast Might is that much, huh? The big numbers. Runaway Wastin'. Alright. That's next on what our new spells are, of course. Anyway, let's start heading up. We got Nepti. Well, not Nepti. We have not Nepti to fight. Alright, let's try our new move before we leave. Runaway Wastin'. Okay, maybe it's like a melee-ish spell. There is a glossary that you can look up for what the terms mean in combination. So if we want to know what a spell does, it is something you can look up. Blood doorway. Throw wide the blood gates. This must be escape from dungeon, which isn't doing anything because we're not in dungeon. So it can't be Nepti here. Who's it gonna be? Solvering? Oh no. Shilf. Shilf has beams? Shilf generally is fought on really weird terrain in a pyramid? Are you fire elemental? No. So homing blades can hit you for reasonable damage. Chuck bird, you know how it be. Let's keep that guard crush up. Now's a good bread turn. Oop, guard fell. I'm gonna... drop your defense. $20s now, okay. Uh-oh. My defense fell off there. What moves do you have that aren't birds? What do you have when I'm in melee? Zorch, right, okay. I remember the beam. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, I've asked for the beam, and now I'm getting the beam. Okay. Zorch. Our defense up has been... Okay, there's birds. Alright. we are out of MP. First things first, let's just eat a normal bread. And then we'll eat a leaf. Hey, Merry Questmas. Alright, so let's heal up. We'll put up the defense. And then we'll go back to firing our arrows. Yep, there's our defense. Merry Questmas, y'all. So we are... As you can see, we're at Neft's arena. We got Shilf here, who's firing all the birds at us, as usual. We're not getting beamed if we're far away. Our best spell here has been Homing Blades. We have a couple other things we can use if we're in close, but I just don't want to be in close on Shilf. Oh, we're getting, like, not hitting on these either, which is awkward. Yeah, Merry Questmas. Okay, Ooh, oh boy, 88888. Uh-huh. What am I down to? Starting to use a lot of, like, hefty things. That's not great. Oh, I really needed that to hit. Oh, Chill, please don't walk at me. Okay. We're gonna use... Machiavel. And then we're gonna eat... Healing Potion. Then we're just gonna go in for damage here. That just whiffed. Oh, that's bad. Ugh. That ain't great. That's a lot of our healing items out of our pocket. That's gonna be a bad time. Probably better to load than it is to keep from that, just because even with like, just like our defense is up a couple from like that, but yeah, probably better to load than like losing all, because like we have nothing left. We're not like, with that we're gonna be stuck in a loop for quite a long time. That's fine. That's what that's for. Oh. Alright. Anyway, now we're back here. We're only down a couple bits because, like, we gained, I think, 4 HP going in and out. Let's go investigate the... There we go. I have to go talk to... I have to talk to her even though her dialogue isn't the thing, but... Okay.
Ryan's looking a little different from what I remember.
Oh yeah, he's got some new digs.
He's guts.
Yeah, got this nice, you know, pink stave, the green cape. It's going nice. He's also got some new spells. You know, sometimes you're just looking like you're, oh no, we don't have Blood Door anymore. I lost that one.
Dang. Sorry, it's a shame that you lost Blood Door.
I know, right? Let's see if we can probably recover Blood Door.
Merry Questmas, everyone.
Merry Questmas to all. Yeah, so this run through I've been playing with there's a within the randomizer there's a option for like a shuffling around keys. Mm-hmm. Within the game there's these like gems you have to get four from four different bosses. That right. you just sort of get those over the course of playing. But so far it hasn't really been too terribly different. Like hunting out them. I have it set on like the progressive setting rather than the like everything being able to be anywhere. But mostly it's just meant like, hey, don't like skip chests. And we can fight
Fundir Joel.
Fundir Joel. There's Blood Doorway. Good.
There we go.
That's, I believe, exit a dungeon?
Gotta expend blood to be able to leave a dungeon, huh?
Yeah, you know. Spend blood to make blood. Right.
Quest 64 is such a video game.
It is an incredibly a video game.
It's so half-baked. Every aspect of it.
It really is wild to me. Like, so I played through this for the first couple of Questmas, and then I played the Game Boy, like, port of this.
And it's a much more complete game.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so wild about it, is that, like, you know, thinking about like the way that skills are learned in the Game Boy one is one of the biggest.
Yeah.
In this one, the more points I put in fire, I just get a bunch of skills in fire. In the Game Boy one, you get skills based on mixing and matching elements. You put points in fire and wind, and then you get fire wind 1, fire wind 2, fire wind 3. And like, oh, that's a much more like interesting setup than just like put 50 points in earth or whatever, you know?
Right.
And like, I don't know, it because there is like a you know 2 years later version of this game that also has like, hey, here's a back third of the game that uses some of the locations that just weren't used, and characters that kind of didn't get to do anything, and you know, like it's kind of wild in that regard. Ah, spider.
So the way that the spells have Torment,
yes, Torment.
The spells seem like they're being shuffled around in the element and then get like their names fucked up a little bit too, as far as I can tell.
So they're being completely randomized in as far as like what they're like. So for instance, I'm gonna back off and show off this here Blast Flame is effectively drop a giant rock,
Right. But it's fire instead.
But it's fire. You could go on and on about all the pre-release and content stuff found in the ROM. That's the sort of thing I'd find like really interesting to, you know, like as far as like what is and isn't, was and wasn't being worked on as far as here.
I mean, as far as I know, it's like the game is so incomplete to the extent that the game did have intentionally, like before, there was going to be like a full 4-person party and stuff like that. And those characters are in this game, but they just are kind of around instead of actually doing anything.
Yeah, they have like, you know, very obvious we are party member models, and even in the let's go Stoneburst. In the Game Boy version, those characters, while not party members, because that game doesn't have that, and you know, wouldn't expect that to be one of the major additions on the Game Boy, but like those characters are characters who go from weird background character you meet once or twice to like main plot. Like they are taking actions and talking and
You mean the game has a plot?
Yes, also that. Also, like, because, you know, this game has its opening bit of, hey, like, go find your dad and the 4, you know, stones. And that's about the last time anything really... Everything else is, like, small vignettes that don't, like... convert to anything. Whereas in the Game Boy version, they do convert more to, like, this leads somewhere. But...
I think the most astounding element of the Game Boy completion is that they do a decent job of making attacks dodgeable, so that the real-time combat element is there in a way that it just never is.
Yeah, in
over here.
In here we have a couple of attack, like, so I think these spiders here are going to shoot like a wind blast, and you can kind of figure out how to dodge some of these. But yeah, like that right there, you can kind of do like a little bit of a circle to dodge. But the Game Boy ones are a lot more readable in like what you're doing to kind of move around them, and it is taking this core system of like movement, hexagon, octagon, sorry, the movement octagon, and still doing that on the Game Boy, which is great.
Gives the boss fights any, like, flavor and identity, because they have different attack geometries.
Mm-hmm.
Different ways they respond to you being close or far or medium.
Yeah. And like as I kind of saw, just, you know, it's like, hey, we're fighting Shilf at the top of this mountain here. That fight, because none of those like attacks are in any way dodgeable meaningfully within the system, it just becomes like an attrition race. Like, how many resources am I willing to spend in a fight, and how efficient am I at spending them? Ah, the blood pixies. Yes.
Haxu. So what? It was shuffling around the vowels in the names also part of the randomizer?
There's a lot of like little checkboxes for silly elements within the randomizer, changing the color of your staff. Randomizing all vowels in enemy names is one of those.
I see. Haxue.
A greater vowel shift.
Yes.
That's a powerful spell. You can't use that one willy-nilly.
Yeah, but yeah, with the attacks in the randomizer here, they are, shuffled around between the 4 elements and changed visually, but the naming convention is not random. They are Blast Might is your attack up, things like that, where the name does.
Can I get a head quest power? Oh no, quiet power. Sorry.
Yeah.
I read that as quest power.
Yeah. The quest power. Quiet power. This is silence. All right. Yes, there's a toggle that just turns on ice physics.
Like everywhere?
Yes, at all times.
I see.
I turned it on, wasn't able to leave the first room, and turned it off. Okay. So, homing blades... If...
Spent your whole life at the Keltland Monastery, walking the frozen mountain paths every day, delivering honey bread to the villages below. Learning the secret techniques.
The secrets of bread.
Look, when you can take that turn at full speed without spilling this sourdough starter, then you are ready.
I think you're dead.
Yeah, I'm trying to get down the spacing on Blast Flame and seeing if that's a better option. Hey, buddy.
Seems like you also may need some honey bread.
Yes. I do have a chunk of bread on me. One thing that the randomizer, the Merrow in general, both using it as randomizer or as a just quality of life improvements changes, is in the original Quest 64, enemies have a drop table. They will, they will drop items only if you don't currently have a copy of them.
I see.
In the same way that some people will give you free bread if you don't have any bread. Enemies will do the same if you don't have any bread. What this generally means is that you don't get any drops from enemies because you already got bread from hanging out, from other sources. So that's a toggle you can switch if you like on within the randomizer.
Which makes whether or not you have a loaf of bread in your inventory the first Estus flask.
You know what? You're right. That's true.
Which means Quest 64 is just like Dark Souls, or rather, Dark Souls is just like Quest 64.
We got the Questmas flask.
Exactly. Enemies seem to explode into blood a lot in this randomizer.
Yeah.
Look, you're wandering alone in a hostile, serene world with no sense of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's Dark Souls.
That's true. I feel like that's inarguable, really.
we gave that stick some rings.
Grangak. The fish with a caber. All right. right?
Yep.
What was that supposed to be originally?
Oh, before the vowel shift?
Yeah.
Before the vowel quake.
Grand.
Oh, that was just an unaltered one. That's always Grangach. All right.
Okay.
Wonder if that's like a very obscure fae, given that this game is technically Celtic themed.
Yes.
Technically.
It does not lean into its theming very much. It's all of, I believe the world is just called Celtland.
Yeah.
Kinda also sounds like it would just be the name of some local variant of preserved fish.
Also true. Delicious Grangach.
Alright, so if we're trading bolts from a distance...
Like
Okay.
you need to you go out for your fishing day, and then when you get home, you take every 13th fish that you caught, set them aside, and then bury them under the sauna stove. Leave them for at least a year. In practice, forget you put them there, and then one day, about a year later, be like, why does the sauna smell like fish? Then you collect your caca.
Runaway Waston? Is that the... I don't know what that one was. I have an attack down. I need to...
Okay, so I did just look up Grangach, and correctly at least, my search engine assumed I was looking up an Irish word, but also it does not exist. The search engine generated me an English-Irish dictionary that was searching for this word, and no match is found. The word does not exist.
Okay.
Impressive that it knew what I was
knew what you were
though.
doing. So... Okay. So our attack down buff doesn't work in here, but our defense up one does. We don't have a vampire, otherwise I think that would be my line, would just be walk up and trade blows. That still might be more effective. Merry Questmas. I want to find that fish again. These are also just fish that hang out outside of the witch's cottage.
Yeah. Well, that's normal. Witches need those.
The blood pillar. Right. So... Okay, that's like 4 hits from range. Excuse me. Okay,
that does a lot of damage.
Extreme close.
Oh damn, that blood burst does real damage.
Yeah, when we were going through the cave, the blue cave that's full of scorpions and mimics, everybody had access to Blood Pillar, and so we just kind of had to stick away. Okay, there's also... Flaming Invert? That was also...
I have a feeling that did pretty decent against the fish because... Does this game have elemental weaknesses? Did Quest ever do that?
I know it resists, like, if you hit fire with a fire type, that resists. I don't remember if it's flat weak on opposites.
Resists same weak to opposing.
That's what I think.
Color?
So, like...
Earth to air, fire to water.
Alright, so I'm saying that would explain why this fish took so much damage from that.
Because it's well, it's a water fish.
Exactly. And hit it with fire.
Flaming Invert is not a fire, it's actually in
You know, things to notice for the first time after having it scroll by you for 10,000 years. The UI element in the middle there. They made a little Celtic nod for the borders around the element jewels.
Oh, that... Okay.
Yeah.
Just a little simple one.
Also, Flaming Invert is not a fire spell?
No,
bad.
it's in the Earth Tree.
I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I looked at the word flaming and thought that this attack was fire.
So... Yeah, one of the... I think one of the biggest moves we could just end up doing, it might just be walk up and see if, like, bonking is the correct move here.
Bonking is powerful in Quest 64.
Yeah. What spell is Blood Doorway? I believe Blood Doorway is, exit, leaving dungeon. Oh, I already grabbed the one back here. Okay. Because I think it's Blast Might is, like, double damage melee. Everybody's got it.
The most common of spells. Explode into blood.
Just
be dead down here, you persistent guy.
Everyone has blood.
Yeah, Blast Might is just double damage. That might just be the line, is just walk up, throw on double damage. Apply. Apply bread when needed. Meant to do an overhaul of the names. Haven't thought of a great system for it yet. Yeah, I know there's within the Merrow file. There's like a little chart that shows like what spells relate to what prefixes and such. Okay. Guard Crush. Row Birds.
I like that guard crush is a guard increasing move.
Yup. Well, yeah, you crush yourself with rocks and then... Okay, so now we apply Blast Might. Let's see what the damage looks like here.
Pretty good. You have to do that 10 times, though, to take her out. That did a lot of damage. Did you just lose your defense boost?
Yes. Yeah, 99.
Damn. These misses, though.
I know.
Upsetting.
She's also, like, slightly moving with that.
I think if you hit one more time, you win.
Yes. I agree on that. I just know that the mischance is too... Okay, now the question is, do I go for the hit here without the buff?
Every attack that you've done till then has been 90. You've done, if we are assuming that you did in fact do enough to be one hit away, which would be about 9 hits, in fact.
Yeah.
That means you've done about 810 damage or so, which means you'd have to do 70 damage with this, which means no, you would not do it. Well, one more of that might do it, though. I guess I was completely off on the...
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Had to spend every bread and every potion, but you got there.
Okay. The boss fights, because the jewels are not attached to the boss fights, doing them isn't strictly necessary, but you get 10 HP from every boss you beat, so...
Mm-hmm.
There will be more breads. That's the whole point of the breads. Now I can go pick up some new ones.
True. Have a nice bread.
Alright, so now comes the lengthy... There's like 2 or 3 areas where we really don't have much going on. Ate all the bread, oh no. What is Tearment supposed to be?
Torment, probably? Like termite, but, you know, tormenting.
Okay, okay.
Termite has the properties of termite and ant.
The combination. Okay, and then I think we go back to the ship by Lara Pool. Which means... one of those other, like, checkboxes that I turned on that just sort of are there is NPC movement. Normally, most NPCs just sort of stand still in most places.
Mm-hmm.
Now they sort of wiggle around. They don't really have collision, so they like to walk into walls a lot.
I like to walk into walls, too. So I understand.
Yeah.
That's actually a lie. I don't walk into walls. I walk into doors.
Like, here. Sometimes the barkeep...
When I say I walk into doors, I don't mean that I walk into doors light. I walk into doors hard.
Right here. Here's the, you know...
I walk into doors so bad that I've split the side of a hollow core door open. I took a photo of that. I can prove it.
Yeah, but you keep working on that, and eventually you'll just be able to shockmaster your way into any situation.
All
Exactly.
walls will be... You just walk right through. Gotta ring the bell for service here. Excuse me. Whoa. Oh, okay, hold on, we can... What do I have for... I guess I should... Got a fresh bread. I do not have a honey bread.
Oh. Dang. I can't post the link proving of my my destroyed door.
Hey, thanks for the bits, Captain Fargo. Merry Questmas.
I don't know why my Twitch was so mad at me sending this message. They did not want me to... Oh, Gromlin.
Yeah, Gromlin.
Gromlin.
Yeah, the vowel shift makes for some good names.
Gromlin.
The Gromlin. So the main place we want to get to, as far as like looking for the last of the gems, is going to be the next town. That castle has something like a dozen treasure chests just hanging out.
Next emeralds and gems.
Many. You know, there's only one more emerald we really need. Hello?
This lady's vibrating. She's storing speed and will one day just, you know, vanish out the back.
Parallel universe.
This is just a small village on the shore. They don't have floating point math here.
Hmm. Okay, so that puts us... Yep. Cool. There's the hut. So one of the defining features of Limlin here is that Limlin has the caterpillars that are so incredibly detailed that the game just slows down the moment they're visible. Just we got that 14 barrel energy on. I really like the monster design for these. Like, not just the Scoro crew here, but like little orcs and frog knights and things like that are all nifty.
The game does have a charming look to it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it does feel like, sometimes it feels a little bit like you're playing a hypergraphics chip SNES game.
Uh-huh. Sure. That's the MP regen shield. Feshman. Oh, that's the Fesh Prince. Oh, of course they have blood pillar.
French pins.
Bird had to think very deeply on that one.
You know, for something called homing blades, it's awfully inaccurate. Even these fish know of the blood pillar.
Everyone is aware. Played this as a kid.
Only you knew of blood pillar, because it seems pretty good.
Yeah, maybe I should have been investing in, like, water magic? Like, ever... Maybe I learned about blood pillar down there? Like, I ended up choosing... Basically, I chose fire because I had homing blades as, like, a powerful multi-hit, and I found the heal spell in Earth, so... Yeah, the way the staff damage works, just walking up to people and bonking them with it, in a lot of instances, is just the most powerful move you have.
When you get down to it, Brian's not actually a very good wizard, but my god, can he hit you with a stick really good.
Yeah.
Which makes him an excellent wizard.
Exactly,
yes. Yes.
The Ridcully School of Magic. The stick will do most of the work, it doesn't matter.
Keeping an eye out for little spirits. I think there's one in this plane. Again, really, the town is the big place I want to get to. The way stick damage works is that it's just, it is all of your elemental stats combined as far as, like, damage goes. So our base damage on it is 35, 70, 78.
It is the fallback that even if you make wrong choices on spending your element levels, the stick will continue to develop at about the same pace.
Mm-hmm. There's the one I'm looking for. Using the stick make it better? It's just a function of your elemental, the 4 elemental like levels you have, with like a bit of variance.
You're using the stick to defeat enemies and gain juice, progress, substance.
Yep. Because it won't matter what you pick, you will get some sort of level out of that.
Which, thinking about it at the moment, one like small architectural adjustment you could do to greatly improve the system as it stands here would be to add a middle step between the experience orb and actually gaining your spirit levels. If like the scaling cost of leveling up was per element separately, this exact situation of you're most of the way through 2 elements, but suddenly decide, wait, what if water is good? You would be able to use all of the juice in the orb to quickly backfill your small stats.
Oh, like if the level 36 here was cost more juice, so like the equivalent would just put us like 5 points in water.
Yeah, you're dealing with your effective overall character level being 70 something, depending on how many of those ranks came from stuff you found on the floor.
Alright. So town here, Limolin has a lot of... Just a lot of these spirits on the ground, along with a lot of treasures, so... A lot of bits to find. This is kind of the last real town we have. The other town we have after this, Brannock, is very empty. That's at the point where a lot of the bits that are being built for the game are just like, we need to finish. And you can see them built up, you know, the larger way in the Game Boy Color version. Okay, that's wings. Oh, part of the variance is the difference between highest and lowest level on the stick? Interesting. So that would mean, like, if you were keeping all 4 evenly spread, then you would have maximum damage out of it before hitting 50 in all. Time to mow the entire field. Oop, there's one. Really enjoy how tiny Brian is, so you get to run through these little fields and you just have your hair sticking out. Alright. Ward portal. Must be, like, return to town. Which, you know, clearly doesn't do anything since we're in town here.
I had to go to the restroom, and I see now you are in this palace.
Yes, this is... Limlin Castle has a very large palace full of treasure for us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Hold on.
Black Wings takes you to Brannock.
Oh, that... Okay, so if I just find the ruby, I can skip the, like, couple boss fights in dungeon in my way and just move straight to Brannock.
I see.
Well, let's keep looking through this castle. It is nice to just bop a chest with a stick, see it bounce open. Very enjoyable. I'm thinking about each of these rooms just containing like 6 nothings.
Nothing.
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 Gold.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Metal.
Nothing.
Item. Medicine obtained.
10G. You find enough 10G in the world, you know?
It does add up.
It's true.
You do eventually like find you've grabbed an absolute ton of money from just lying around on the ground. But Jesus Christ, there are so many nothings.
Like in my memory playing that, I remembered nothings being in the like dozens, like up to like a couple hundred, not 1,000, you know, like
I am only a bit of the way through disc 2. I am over 2,000 nothings.
Yeah, thousands of nothings.
Literal thousands. I don't think that every individual nothing is only one nothing. I think it's a varying number per in actuality, but the game values it of thousands of nothings.
Mm-hmm.
After all, how can you actually count nothings unless you know exactly how many nothings you've seen?
True.
Only the nothings man knows how many nothings there are.
So back here. And we get the other part of the treasures.
Valor Sabaton. Sling hunting shafts to chase your foes. What? What in the world does that mean?
Oh, that's yeah, okay.
That's quite good.
Shoes. It's gotta be the shoes.
I mean, it is a Sabaton. That's armor you wear on your feet.
Okay. So with Limblin Castle grabbed through. Now we head into the mines that lead into the pyramid. That's like chess piece movement. This rook is just going for it. Oh.
Ooh,
wait, hold
slide.
on. Wait, that's diagonal.
Damn, this actually a queen then?
Yeah, we found the queen.
The heroic attempt to have male be represented on the Game Boy 64. Yep.
That's a
That's
palette.
what it's called, Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
It's earnestly impressive. The N64 turns out, by the way, surprisingly good at doing polys. If there were no like interfering layered ones going on, it's just that its texture cache is bad. It's bad. Keiza Manwar is a bit of an outlier, but has managed to get over 10,000 polys working on hardware on an N64. So
Megbanders.
well, that
Okay.
that was kind of like a V in front of you. Okay, it has a decently wide range, it looks like.
Yeah. Alright, I need to be like directly on top of these two. Yeah, it's like a V in front of me for like 70 damage. The way the random spells have rolled is that if I'm in exact melee range with these, they just spam their attack boost rather than try to hit me. If you're anywhere outside of literal melee, they hit you for a pretty hefty amount with like a little ranged fireball thingy that they hit you with. Yeah, a lot of enemies here have the power to slow the frame rate pretty heavily.
Stepped away to warm up some bread, as befits the season.
And celebrating the times.
But yeah, see, on the subject of, yeah, so like the N64's hardware is an interesting beast. There's that one guy who has been making that very extensive ROM hack sequel to Mario 64 and has been performing surgery on the engine. Posts a lot of explainers about what he's been doing as the project progresses. Kind of summarize from that. One of the main things is there's a lot of bottlenecks around accessing the RAM. That thing one must often do one computer. Go look up numbers that you don't have cached in the processor right this moment. Or write down numbers outside of the processor's cache. Or any of the other caches related to other bits of the hardware. Or like, yeah, also like the guy making Portal 64. These long after the fact archaeology devs. Exploring quirks of the hardware.
Well, you wasp.
I sit back down and I am obsessed with the name Well You Wasp.
Well, you wasp.
A well oh you wasp. Those are bits of swamp gas, let me tell you.
Yeah, I find the, like, going, you know, back and looking at that really fascinating with, I've not seen the,
Well, you wasp sounds like it's rhyming slang for something.
Well, you wasp. You what? I've not seen the Mario 64 one. I did see the Portal. Like, this is somebody, like, making a like, completely shifting the engine with, like, with what they're doing on the 64?
Yeah, making Portal run on the N64, basically.
Okay, being in melee of these is the danger. Understood.
Yeah, so it's a lot of performance constraints on the N64 are limited speed of the RAM bus, limited size of texture RAM, although if you're very creative, that's not as much of a limit as it could be. There's someone who has implemented mega textures as a framework and had them run on an N64 demo. And then a bunch of other infrastructure things where the available tech for doing them was worse at the time, and we have developed more shortcuts for stuff like quickly getting the sign of an angle, a thing you often have to do when drawing shapes in 3 dimensions or 2 dimensions. You want to rotate anything? You need trig functions. Do you want trig functions that resolve quickly? On this hardware? In this economy?
Yeah, so you need to, gotta shortcut them in a way that works. Like, fundamentally, all this and also the technology was extremely new, and no one was an expert at it yet. Full on, because it was too new to be an expert at anything.
Right, and I can't imagine that, like, dev cycles were long enough to become an expert on something like that for years. You know, by the time somebody is, the GameCube's knocking around the corner, you know?
Yeah, your first thought for a trig function might be, well, I'll just use a lookup table. That'll be faster than trying to calculate it on the fly. But where are you storing that table? In the RAM? You want to go access the RAM to look up your trig values? That's all the way down the bus in the RAM. That may as well be on Mars. How often are you going to load your trig table into the RAM and unload it from the RAM? This matters on this machine. Microsecond here, a microsecond there, it adds up.
Oh, and
Bread.
Nice.
And bread.
Long and short of it is that Keizo Manwar is going so hard on deconstructing and like recreating the engine of Mario 64 that it's pretty likely that at some point he's likely going to get the game to run at 60 FPS, which is amazing. For a game that ran at a pretty native 20.
50 pretty reliably?
That's
I think
incredible.
it's 45 reliably.
Operating at 45 or 50, still rendering at 30.
Like,
Yeah.
most titles I can think of on the 64 ran at 20.
Yes. Mario 64 did run at like a spotty 30 in practice, I think, but yeah. I believe right now it's like, it basically never drops below 45, has reached up to 50 or so. But he's still also finding more ways to optimize the game, so. The final step would, of course, be after everything else. It would just be going through each individual level and optimizing it further for the N64, because that's another thing, you know.
Mm.
That's cinematic 12 frames per second.
Right.
To experience seconds per frame.
Right, yeah, I think of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask because a lot of the speedrun tricks are because of it being at 20 FPS, like frame by frame is easier to pull off for something like that. Quest just loads everything in a RAM when you enter a map and unloads it when you leave to a new map.
Getting a frame perfect input is much easier when that frame is being hand drawn.
Right.
A painter arrives at your house and sets to work.
They do say every frame a painting, and they mean it.
I mean, yeah, it is a massive credit, and
Yes.
King of Harkinian being able to run those games at 60 because it's just, you know, a complete recompilation of the game to run on PCs and everything, makes the game look a little unsettling almost when it runs at full frame rate like that.
Yeah, what output formats do we need to support here? NTSC, PAL, Vellum.
Black canvas.
Okay.
And wet white.
So that just means I can leave. If I were so inclined, we could just fly to Brannock. How bad does that end up for, like, us walking through Brannock? It's the call.
Ross presents the joy of rendering.
Yeah, whatever.
Tune in every week to see this man draw another variation on Russell's teapot. But Russell's teapot is the one that's in space. There's a different teapot that is the benchmarking for
Sir.
3D rendering. The Utah teapot. Or the New Old teapot.
So I moved my cat's food, which she's very upset about.
Food gone.
Food's not gone. In fact, she's
Food
right
gone.
next to it, but she doesn't want to eat it because it's not in the regular spot.
Food gone.
Food available at any time.
Right, but food gone.
It's... In the end, this is actually going to be a good thing because the place that she was eating before would occasionally attract ants. And on top of that, it was... I mean, the thing is that would have to let her in and out of the office like all the time and kind of thing to see like, okay, you want to go eat or do you want to go ahead and hang out in here? And being the cat that she is, of course, she will also just randomly open up my door for no reason if she's out there, even though she wants to stay out there. So this is, in the long run, going to be the good thing to do. But she's a grandma and doesn't like change.
Okay, we need to... Sorry, what was that fish's name?
What is this fish name?
Land
Land
God.
God Sinfash.
Okay. Blood Pillar, of course.
Sinfash is easy. That's obviously sunfish. But Wangod, huh? Winged.
Winged.
It'd be winged sunfish. Okay.
Yeah, Wind God Sunfish, Tiger of the East,
Yeah, that's correct.
Commander of 9 armies.
So one of the spells we have access to just allows us to put enemies in these little light ring jails.
Put baby in the corner.
And because of how turns work, every time their turn comes up, it just skips to you again. Making it...
Seems pretty good. Like actively profitable to put them in jail, not only because they don't get turns, but basically give you turns.
Correct. So we're definitely seeing that jumping straight to Brannock here is not,
It seems dangerous.
you know, a little difficult. Enemies have a lot more health than we have damage, mostly because we've skipped past 2 dungeons and the whole side area out in the desert that has about like a dozen different like upgrades available for us. But so far, they haven't kicked us out. Oh, right, the side over here.
Isn't a Brannock a kind of bread? Hold on a second. No, Bannock is what I'm thinking of.
Get the Bannock at Brannock.
Yeah. Brannock's Bannock is the best you'll ever have, Vic.
There's something there.
Brannock, Bannock's, what Nannick, Dannick.
It's true.
Yes. Drown Entropy.
That sounds pretty useful to do.
I guess we'll see what drown entropy does here. Alright, so this is really where we get asked if we're able to compete here. There's 2 enemies that show up with regularity within Brannock Castle. It's the wet Rose Knight and the red Rose Knight. Rosso Knight.
Well, I think you're not doing this. Oh, you know, it's necked over there, kind of like how Sayre used to be spelled with an E, you know, instead of an I.
Let's use the power of the blood door. Oh.
Oh, blood doorway doesn't do what we thought it did.
I thought maybe this doesn't count as dungeon? Yeah, that's fine. We don't really, not a lot we don't have for this. If I go into the boil hole backwards, we end up in Fargo's boss location. I think it is gonna just have to be we need to take this the regular route.
I would assume that the skip to the end here basically is here in case like one of your spells generates is bad fucked up good.
Yeah, having magic barrier or whatnot, the old standby of complete invincibility, which is one of the spells that exists in the game base. That's new red rings. Within this game, magic barrier is flat immunity to all magic, but there aren't really physical attacks of any note anywhere. Like, everything done by almost every enemy is magic, so invulnerability to magic is just invulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
So, notably that most bosses in this game have Dispel on Touch for almost every one of their attacks. But if they can't touch you, they can't dispel. So,
Blood Jill.
The blood.
I'm amazed that Wyvern is just Wyvern.
Yeah,
it's fine.
You know.
It's no Wyvern.
Why?
Just a Wyvern.
Love you, Wyvern. That version of 5... Oh, nice. Some replacements. Making it...
Fire alarm is going off in my building. I'll see y'all in a bit.
Alright. Stay safe. Making a get rid of Dispel on Touch patch was the reason the rando exists. Yeah. Like, every boss having that in their arsenal means that the element whose main, you know, attack and most of their spells in fire are like vampire touch or attack boosting, and having those not function for major encounters, so pretty big damper. I need to test drown entropy. Do I have all of one doorway? No, I still have one more in fire. We don't have, so I guess the points will go into fire for the next few. Get those both up to 50 and then move on to maybe trying to find Blood Pillar. Okay. So stay out of melee.
False alarm. We're good.
Oh, good.
Well, I mean, there was smoke, but it wasn't a burn. Like, didn't on fire.
Right.
As they say, where there's smoke, it's fine.
Where there's smoke, they pinch back.
Spruty. Oh, they know magic barrier. Let's leave. Yeah, not really. Don't really want to deal with enemies who can fly and thus not be bonked, and enemies who have access to magic barrier. Okay, this is a fight I can probably test drone entropy on and see what it does. Oh, alright. It's just big damage.
Tyrann.
Ghost.
Yeah. I mean, you can always have a ghost.
Yeah.
Ghosts are legal. No problem with ghosts.
They're just here. Like gassed.
Gas is just a synonym for ghost. Gist. Gust. Gast. Guest. And ghost.
The 5 ghosts.
Well, there is also the secret hidden
yeah,
6th
six
ghost
ghosts,
of
true.
also Gist, but with a Y.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And if you want to get really perverted about it, there may in fact be a 7th one. Ghost with a W.
Ghost. Thinking about, was it Sturmgeist? The magic card that they had to change the name of when they translated the second time because they had already translated a different card as Sturmgeist.
I mean, that sounds right. For that's happened more than once.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I think of with it because that was that was like the direct name of it in Astrad.
And I would assume that it was probably used for Storm Spirit.
Yeah, that's the most likely.
Yeah, Unwuttergeist for the German version of Sturmgeist. And Storm Spirit, hold on.
Stone Ghost was Steingast?
How can this be? Oh, sorry. No, Storm Spirit is on the reserved list, so it's never been printed in anything other than English.
Up the Fae are back.
The German name for the mimeoplasm is Das Mimeoplasma. Welchen der Krieter Schlammweißen. Schlammwesen. What is apparently ooze.
Ward Roast. Okay.
Maybe that is gonna... I have no way of knowing what ward roast means.
Right.
So you'll have to just experiment.
Well. Okay.
Is that a magic barrier?
That's magic barrier. That's complete invincibility.
It seems really cheap to cast, too.
Yeah, no spell in this game costs more than 3 MP.
Yeah.
Because MP is just whatever tier your spell is on. Yeah, you cannot be roasted. So the trick with using Magic Barrier is, one, knowing that Magic Barrier, like all buffs, have a miss chance. So you do need to keep yourself, like, ready to be able to take a hit if you went to reapply the buff. And also knowing that you can't reapply it while you have it because you are immune to magic. And thus, you know. So the real, like, work of it is just timing the reapplication and being ready for the inevitable mischance. Yes, Shroud, indeed. These little tyrments are just sort of funky little ants. Well, partially funky little ants.
The termite is the funkiest ant of all. It's not an ant at all. It's
That's what makes it funky.
It's more closely related to, and is basically a cockroach, in fact. And mantises are also closely related to termites and cockroaches.
I'll just chuck some rocks up there. Oh, they can actually get down. Just unsure if they could or not. Not over these. Then we head around here. There'll be a treasure for us on both sides. All right. More bread.
Fresh bread.
Bread.
It's not as fresh as with honey in it, though.
Right. Look, it's fresher than you think down here. These treasure chests keep really well. Sure, another...
Whatever this does.
Yeah.
What does drown entropy do?
So it's like 130 damage to enemies directly standing in front of me.
I see.
It's like a horizontal line in front of me that just gets hit by it. So these are all fire element monsters, so our most effective damage spells don't really work here. but we can still chuck rock. Learning how to aim spells in this rando is, yes, it is 10 out of 10 clown shoes, absolutely. Like, every time you get a new spell, you have to figure out what the hell it is, what the hell it's trying to do. Okay, all that's left is the Well-You Wasp. So the next question is then who... Well, the gas squad has arrived. Yeah, the next question is who the boss will be in our upcoming arena. Shelf has already shown up, so... she can't be in there. We haven't fought Fargo, we haven't fought Solvering, we haven't fought Zeus. The Wind, the Fire, and the Earth bosses are still all available for us to find. The arena that we're gonna have is a little wacky, just based on, like, it's based on not letting you approach easily. If it's Solvering, we probably could just keep Solvering at a distance and dodge the big laser. Okay, I think that's our wind mage. I think you want to keep Zeus at medium length. Yeah, okay, we just need to keep you at medium length. This is fine. And that's why we need medium, not close. Ooh. The... Yeah, that attack is very, telegraphed, and you just dodge it by running forward or back, but the arena actually is a little bit of a pain for that. Oh, we're back in Brannock. Okay, that's not too bad. We have Magic Barrier. Don't... The boss at Guilty's location will be different, but... Let's quick go grab the, spirits that are just outside the castle here. Yeah, there's a bunch we can just grab out here. Ooh, hello. The Red Ruse Knight. Ooh, okay, they have freeze in place, huh? How bad is, drown entropy damage? 95. Yeah, these don't quite seem like fights that are ones that we can tilt in our favor very quickly. Still a few more goodies we can go grab. Thank you. Merry Questmas. There's also some, yeah, there's some treasures up here too. Full MP, okay. I think the best would be finding white wings in here. Fresh bread. Because those would let us fly out to the desert. And there's a lot of just like floating spirits and treasures hanging out over there. Yeah, like I said, I really like the enemy design, but there's things like, it's like, okay, you're going through Blue Cave, and there's just a mimic who appears in a fight, and it's a very cute mimic design, but like, the chest approached you.
It's not a particularly effective mimic.
No, it's not like I bop a chest with a stick and then, oh, it was a mimic. It's just like, oh, yeah, you got me.
I'm assuming that that was at some point the intention.
I mean,
and
you don't create a mimic without, like, you know.
The sole reason why Dark Souls 1 had treasure chests was so that they could make a mimic. Because Demon Souls didn't have treasure chests. It also didn't have mimics.
Which items are left? We don't have the book, which I think is just supposed to be in Brannock Castle, but the big thing is that we got the Fire Ruby when we were going through the mines, and we also got Black Wings a little earlier to let us just skip straight to Brannock. And it's very clear that we're just not ready to be here. So I'm just sort of running around and grabbing what treasures I can before we kind of get bounced. Like, the fight with Zels will be... Was it just Fargo here, huh? Okay. Fargo. We're over here, Fargo. The book and Fire Ruby share a region because the castle's so linear. Yeah, it makes sense. Forg. chuck a little fireball. $1,500. Oh, that just doesn't work there. Okay. Yeah, this one's like likely doable, it's just lengthy. There we go. How many more of those dewdrops do I have to burn here? I can just... There we go, yeah, you can just steal all the MP back.
Beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, then this just becomes an attrition war where I have infinite MP.
Which means you have infinite casts of magic. So.
Yeah. The, like...
Magic there.
The actual fail state would be, like, a miss on this. But as long as I, like, all I have to do here is get myself back up to a health total where, like, I can take 2 hits, and then from there, we can just start dealing damage. Yeah, like that. If that's like, is that like an agility thing, or like, is that just like what contributes to that hit and miss chance on self buffs?
I don't know.
Yeah, me either, no idea. Self buffs are just a flat 90% hit chance. Okay. Cool.
You know what would have made this guy more threatening?
What was that?
If you knew Blood Pillar instead.
Yeah, you know. Like, this explosion's, like, big and all that, but, like, Blood Pillar's so much more...
intimidating.
Yeah, Blood Pillar's just so much more threatening. Oh, that's, that was not the button I wanted. We want double it on that. You can drain their MP, but they don't need it to cast, they just don't track it.
I see. Another bit of, non-extant content in the game, I guess. All right, you're almost there.
I think
the ability to do damage again.
Yeah. So the thing that makes this so slow to set up here, aside from the like 1 in 10 to miss, is that Magic Barrier, in addition to a 1 in 10 to miss, it is a 2 to 3 turn buff. So you'll see sometimes it stays on, and sometimes it drops off. Like, sometimes it stays off faster and sometimes it falls off. Oh, cool.
Nice.
That's nice.
You
means I got
turns to attack with impunity.
most anything can miss in this game, including opponents.
And you.
And us, yeah.
Frequently.
All the time, in fact. But yeah, I'm gonna take that attack while I have the buff up. Yes, there's an HP gain we just got. Alright, back to resetting. And we got the 3 turns instead of 2, which does let us set up much, quicker.
Oh, it's called ward roast because you're warding away his roasting of you.
Yes. So we can only get 1 spirit level from this fight. Like, we can't get more than 1, like, spirit from it. But you can see we are gaining, that's... You know what? All right, one for another.
Yeah, other stat ups resolve immediately on impact.
Yeah, so like we're at 142 health when we started this at 140. So.
If I'm remembering right,
might
part of
be
the
out of MP.
normal speed run routing is you grind defense by fighting things that have the little multi-hit air attacks.
Yes.
Because that lets you easily, at a glance, see how much defense you're gaining. Also, you're getting hit many small times. So you collect defense quickly.
Do you have any healing items beyond this?
Yeah, I've got a number of these like full heals that I'm sitting on. It's debating how deep into the tank I want to go on that. Might as well. There we go.
Okay, he's not. It was just random chances to miss. Cool.
Yes, yeah, it's just, the hit percent on it. Well. Let's get in some bops. Third turn of the barrier. Okay.
Beautiful.
So that's Fargo backwards. I guess I could just go through this dungeon the back ways. And that gets me out to the desert. Oh, hello. It's Rocky.
That's Rocky. I know him.
Again, when I talk about like little, the enemy designs that I enjoy, things like this. Rocky. I don't think I want Rocky to be very close to me. Big blue fish. They just spit boulders at you. have a something at a distance. I don't know what that is, but... Oh, was that 20 HP out of that boss? That's nice. So yeah, we were at 42. So within this dungeon, the main things we're looking for are, once we get back to some of the big lava rooms, there's a number of treasure chests for us to grab. Oh, that's what, okay, sure. Again, very easy to get turned around in a place like this. Not really able to rely on the compass to tell you which way you're going, as well as no real, you know, landmarks on the walls or anything like that. You're just sort of going through bland tunnel. Okay, I don't know what the moths have. Oh, they're fire. We're gonna have to break out this one then. Being able to just create little landmarks, yeah, like, you know, the cave, what's it say? The blue cave even has like little landmarks in it because it's very clear that it needs like some way to tell directionality. And like, here's where forward progress is, because there's no real way you would figure that out without just kind of rolling around. And yeah, it's so very easy to just have a Is there one out of bounds? Yeah, there's one out of bounds. Hit you, right? Okay. Like, I'd always be able to just, you know, leave, but... Ah, here we are. So, like, this is the sort of the treasures I was talking about. Going backwards, hopefully would... Spirit light... It's 2 MP fulls? No, those are 2 HP fulls, okay. Rid Wyvern. Good, we did get a Wyvern. Normally, Rocky here will just chuck a big rock at you, but it looks like that spell's been swapped out to kind of put a big rock on the ground in front of you. Still dangerous, just, you know, much less so. Tripping hazard, yeah. Alright, so that's finished out on fire. I get turned around here. Yes, okay. As I've mentioned, it's very easy, especially with retreating from a fight not always giving you camera the way you want, to just be like, ah, I've been turned 180 degrees. Oh, that one has the big fireball. Okay. Okay, there's another. Maka's Bell. Oh, that's the defense one, okay. The other... Well, one of the things that ends up kind of awkward about this game with the existence of a spell that just says you don't take damage is that there's nothing else in that class, you know?
Yeah, there's nothing else as good as that.
Like,
it just is the best spell.
You know, agility up, defense up, things like that. None of those...
Defense up is immensely outclassed by taking 0 damage.
Right, like, I can take less damage. Great. What if that number was 0, though?
Why doesn't 0, the strongest number, simply destroy the others?
That's a very good
saying
question.
this.
Yeah. Like, just simply choose not to take damage. %90 hit on self buffs. Interesting.
1 in 10 chance to whiff your buff.
And because it's the way combat seems to work, like I don't believe that to be the odds that like our that our basic stick attack has. I feel like those are more like there's a we have an agility stat. I would wager that's some sort of accuracy, but also don't know.
Who knows what kind of random number situation is even happening in this ROM?
True. Like how not readable, but like knowable those are. If it's a situation where like that has happened with a number of like older titles where it's like, okay, once you know the cycle that the RNG numbers are on, you can abuse that. For some reason, Golden Sun comes to mind with that. But, like, even just something as simple as quick save, quick load to get Mighty Guard in FF5. Happened recently for the any percent glitchless category. Oh, like that the RNG was determinable and usable to like make sure that some attacks didn't miss or something like that. Floamed. Save
Yeah,
load.
I expect you'd find that all over the place because hardware that doesn't have a persistent system clock or other baby's first source of entropy.
Yep.
So from power on, the machine does not know where it is or where it isn't. Then immediately picturing speedrunning with RNG manipulation of, well, it seeds off the current system time, so synchronize watches, the launch window for your next viable run.
The countdown.
Giant Unix system time clock up on the wall.
Right, when you for the speed run, when you do the duplication of spirits at the beginning, you do that off of the first spirit out in the field, which means that like that point in the game does happen after you climb down the giant tower and leave town, so
So, on your Quest 64 run, which charm table are you on? Did you start your run like on with 3 seconds left on the clock? Well, sorry, you're never gonna be able to get all the good stuff.
So sorry.
For the unaware, I believe that is a system in specifically Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, where a table of randomly generated charms is generated based on the time at which you started the game. And unfortunately, these tables are not created equally, and there's at least a few where if you started at the wrong time, you will never get anything that's really, really, really good.
Wild.
Yep.
Your world tendency is blue.
Wait, but it's supposed to only go between white and black.
It's blue.
Just checked again. Orange.
Huh. Well. Okay then.
The flow of time is convoluted.
Yeah, the manipulations I think of that I've used in the past have been things like loading a quick save to get an encounter table to be in a specific place, doing a barrier tower, for instance, quick saving to pull up an encounter with a Reflect Knight, or over in the sea, getting Mighty Guard. Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance also has a setup where you can
guarantee get almost any drop if you know exactly how to set it up right.
Yes.
Most famously used in Golden Sun, the first one for the Kikuichi Manji.
Yes, that's the
which is entirely unnecessary to get.
Not worth it.
Because sorry. Because the Kikuichi Manji is the most consistently good light blade. But the Swift Sword actually has a higher damage potential. It just has higher variance, so it's basically as good. And that's guaranteed. You can just get that easy. And there's only one party member who's optimal.
Back when I was doing Berserker research, figuring out how FF5's combat RNG works, I saw the boundaries of part of a general RNG manipulation.
Like combat
specific? For the combat, because the combat RNG is a separate beast from the overworld RNG.
Okay.
That's so... when on the frame when a fight loads, how it gets your initial numbers that it is going to use to essentially be the seed value for that fight's random numbers is it just adds up the first 1,000 bytes of RAM and then the next 1,000 bytes of RAM.
Huh.
To get two fairly volatile numbers that are then used to create the big Price is Right prize wheel that is the combat RNG, constantly flying by with its series of irregular numbers. And it just so happens that most of that span of numbers is your current inventory.
I see.
So if you knew the ID numbers and quantities of everything in your inventory, also, right, so the important thing, the key thing is that the range of RAM that it's looking at to initialize the RNG ends part way through your inventory. So by picking things up and putting them outside the environment, you could engineer what that second number is going to be, how far away from the first number the second number will be.
That's fascinating.
I doubt this would ever be, like, reliable enough to use in a human context, but in, like, a task context.
Right, that all of a sudden changes, because that's...
You add Berserker to the mix. He knows.
Like, having a task of 4 Berserkers just walking through the game, basically. They always get hit, like, they always crit, enemies always miss.
Quest spell accuracy is a % chance roll followed by an agility contest. Buffs are just the former, so that 90%. Stick is just the latter. Oh, okay.
Oh, so stick accuracy is based off of agility.
I see.
And specifically, it's easier to hit enemies with low agility.
Yeah. Okay, well, found the book. That's the last of the items we need for completion.
That dude just had it.
Yeah,
He was
like
holding on to it.
this, just hanging out here. Well, most of the town, but you know. So yeah, from here, I want to head over into the desert, specifically, to go to the Desert Kingdom, because there's something like a dozen spirits and items and things over there we can go grab. We also can go take on Zelst from the back here. That entry will be, like, I won't have to walk through an entire dungeon to get to that fight, and then, like, you know, victory in that is another 10 health up to the on the top, so
There we go. Opened some of my notes to go skimming about. The 36th row of your inventory in FF5. That is the event horizon. That is where the chaos used to start the RNG for battle stops.
so you can adjust in and out, like,
By just having a potion sitting on the edge and then sliding it past that line in the bag. Or sliding it back up. Change the future.
one of the other problems with, like, maxing out agility early would be is that if you max out agility early, you're going to stop taking as many hits throughout running, you know, fighting random enemies, and because defense is gained off of taking damage, you'll find yourself pretty, like, in the back half of the game against specific bosses that, like, aren't able to be dodged on attacks. All of a sudden, the damage you're taking is much higher. Because the enemies that have physical attacks and the like are very front-loaded. How big is the inventory space at FF5? Like, past the 36th item, is that a sizable portion, or is that just a few slots? Treat. Alright, into the desert. Unmodified, it would be around 200, yes. There is a setting you can turn on in the Merrow Randomizer that allows you to go to 99 on any one stat. Well, more than any one, I suppose. Like, on any stat. Like, if you're 50 all, that does mean that the base number on your staff is 200 plus the other modifiers. Because I think the stick also has, like, its own base damage on top of that 200 plus other bits. But I'm sure I'm no expert on that. Cat. Okay, there is our destination. Alright, time to grab some bunch of goodies. There's one back here. Yeah, this whole area is just sort of here. Little mirage, like desert castle. Or if there's one back here. No. Not back here. That's fine. All right. Honey bread, more honey bread. Red wings are ivory wings. Ivory wings, I think, are here. Yeah, Limblin, okay. Goody. Is there one on this side as well? No. Okay. Okay. So the last thing to take care of before we go back to Brannock is there should be a tent I can rest in, or if not, there's a over in a Greenock I can rest up, and then go beat up Zelst to get Zelst's extra HP, and then see if we can't make our way through the castle. Having Magic Barrier means not having to take any damage from any real encounters, but also means we're not really building any... Oh, it just put us right here. Oh. Well, that's nice. Over... Oh, there it is. Whoa. Okay, so having that rest point there is really nice, because it means that if this fight goes sideways, then it'll be quick to jump back into. Alright. Hey, buddy. Just this extremely low-res Brian in the background. Good. So I want to be like right here. Okay, alright, if you want to come up in a melee, I suppose. Camera is a little awkward here, but... right here? Okay. 20 more HP. Perfect. Okay. So from here, we can just roll over to... and then go grab us. So that means our guilty fight is Solvering in that close quarters room? It's a little awkward. Means that we can't get Solvering to... Solvering's basically just gonna be close up the whole time, but... like... now, again, having Magic Barrier in the pocket means not having to worry about basically anything. Like, 183 is pretty good. Yeah. I see. Yeah, we never really did any sort of leveling up of defense in a meaningful manner. There were not a lot of enemies that had like multi-hit attacks very early. So we'll be fine. We'll just have to ward off most big hits. Alright. We are at the point where all that is really left is the three bosses in front of us. The one last swap, Silvering with Guilty, and then the King, and then Mammon. Treasure. Ah, our normal healing spell. Bread. I feel like this fight in particular is gonna hit like a truck. Alright. Yeah, it just has full movement the entire... Yeah, alright. No, that's fine. Not really much point in healing, I suppose. Alright. Like, I just have to not get touched, right? Like... I'm just always holding the directionality after, you know. Good. I got clipped there. Easy. No, I think that's the way I came. Yeah, I think that's the way I came. Ah, behind me. The way I was able to tell was that the stairs were on the door was on the left or door was on the right. Yeah, if it was just the same room all times. They like to do that basically everywhere. Alright, another stone. I don't think that's anything. Let's go grab a goodie over here. Fresh bread, sure. And then cross this way, which I think is where the door is. Sure, I'm probably, again, I'm likely forward. Yeah, just, it's fine. Just take some hits on the way up. Okay. Please. Anyway, it's our friend who's been here the whole game. That's right. Our best buddy. I'd love some fun facts. Welcome, Merry Questmas. Okay. So we got all that. So we just head left and head on up. Oh boy. The worst case there would have been a stick in place. Every outside Lara Pool NPC has a distinct crying animation. Strange. That both implies all NPCs having a crying animation, and the ones in Lara Pool all having the same. Alright, so this is the room with Dad. This is the room with Dad. Hey, Dad. What? So many Dragon's potions. Alright. Keep moving. Okay, so how bad is this fight gonna be? 200 health is normal, our defense isn't. Begus. So we gotta get close. Alright, yeah. Yep, you got beams. Beamgus.
Who is Bengus?
How good is 14 a pop, 1900? Oh, is fire elemental. So what's our actual most powerful maneuver then? Is it just bonk? $88 from unpowered bonk. God. Alright, so powered bonk. Yeah, 170, so 10 of those? Vegas here also seems to have trouble just baseline hitting. Having that agility up seems really useful. I think we have a full HP somewhere in here. There it is. Okay. Just a little bit of bopping on that. Right, other side of the throne. Alright, that means all that's left is chaos. I was wondering where this track was gonna be. Three seconds.
3 seconds?
The like open starting field track was inside one of these tubes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we get Chaotic Realm.
Oh, finally. Time to beat Chaos.
Time to be Chaos. Oh.
Make sure you got your Cleave Soulish. Gonna
Yep.
go ahead and cut up the eyes.
Yep. One thing that's really useful is if you use Rush Souls, work really well in that fight, you know.
It's true, yeah.
You can just Rush Soul at a...
You got your Curly, your Demon, your, what's the third one? Chimera?
No.
Chimera gives you the Scorpion Tail. I think. Manticore.
Yeah, Manticore.
Manticore. Sorry, I got Chimeras and Manticores confused because, when we did the rankings of, we actually did Chimera and Manticore back to back.
That makes sense. Like, that's fitting. Hey, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Spriggan!
Spruggan.
Tell me about Spruggan.
Why is this giant guy supposed to be a Spriggan?
Right?
This is like a Fomor.
Wow, that's an enemy with a physical attack.
Wild. They do exist.
Yeah. Able to punch through magic barrier. Yeah. This final area does have a few enemies that are capable of just killing you. I think it's the pinheads that are like very specifically in the speed run, like running into one of those in the final minutes can be like devastating. Good old Chaotic Realm.
Judgment.
Yeah, Pinhead with they just fireball knock you out. Judgment.
Prepare to be judged.
That Castlevania spin-off wasn't very good. Pinhold?
Castlevania judgment. Who you call him Pinhold?
The Costco-vania. Mmm.
Oh man, I wish I had an executive membership at Costco-vania.
Alright. So here's our save for the end. Epona here's a little bit clipped into the table. It's fine. I think this is my favorite part of Chaotic Realm, going back to, like, Dark Town.
Hmm.
All the rest of it is just sort of like checkerboard pattern, corridors and the same, that one room with a bridge and Pinhode.
Cussed in the name of gold. Ye not guilty. A big E.
Even with the checkerboard rooms removed, like, there's still the other smaller checkerboard ones. The ones with the doors. That doesn't narrow it down. The ones with the, like, arches in the doors. I'm quite glad that there's no... Like, the long checkerboard rooms are the very boring ones, which is... I don't even think there's encounters in those. But the fact that, like, this one shows up twice is silly. Alright. Pinhode?
Sproggen.
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 Let's get punched by Sproggen. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Well. Here we are.
Oh, at the end?
Yes. The two checkerboard rooms got pulled out. He makes me sure I'm being longer being the same. I believe it was your like hack was one of the other ones I had looked at for doing for Questmas. Another year, perhaps. I wanted to see how the progressive lost keys logic worked out. Hey, bud. Alright. Mummin.
Mummin.
Well, how good's my damage? Can't. 14s. 2,300 health. Okay. Yeah, you got the... That's not too bad. That actually could be way worse on damage. The Game Boy Color fight against Mammoth's very funny. There's like a big old beam I think is really great. Alright, how good is... I think
a simple blow with a stick.
Yeah, that's dodgeable, I'm pretty sure. That one's not.
Oh, your ward failed.
Cool. Cool.
Twice.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that one, the triple wave, I think is flat dodgeable. Like, I think you can walk at, like, a back right direction and like, be able to dodge that, so. The damage in that fight does not look like it's outrageous. So, like, when the fight against, in Guilty's location, where it was just like, look, one beam is 180 damage, you are dead if you take two. Luckily it's a dodgeable attack, but, like, you have to dodge it. Oh no. being judged again. Alright. The walk up here isn't too bad. We'll just have to establish kind of what our actual damage outfit is going to be here. If I want to go for, like, ranged battle, or if I want to go for just bonking. Getting all the misses out of the way on this. It's fine. Yeah, that's the dodgeable one. What is my actual... Yeah, homing blades is like 14 a pop. Versus 2,300 health. Landing 6 of those is 80-ish damage if they all land. That's 30. That's with that spell. Let's check out melee range damage. Alright, so melee range damage. Okay. Look, I just want to know it. I'm not after 181. Okay. So landing those blows is like 12-ish of them. Okay. Now that I've got numbers, we can go for the fight for real. It's funny, melee is just our best option, I think. Because if I go... Okay, so 80 damage versus, like, The fact that I'm at range means that... Pillarador. The fact that I'm at range might be a reason to stick with just going, like, shooting off the arrows. I don't have to worry about the pillar attack, but the pillar attack's also like the dodgeable one, I suppose. What happens if we stand over here and just fire arrows for 1,000 years? I have to assume that just doesn't work. No, 19s. I just passed a turn there. Okay. Okay, if I'm able to dodge 2/3 of the attacks, that's pretty good. Like everything but the big beam. Or not the big beam, but the big blast. The thing with the orb is that orb is also only is lowest damage out of all the attacks. Orb is like 60 damage, whereas well, I guess the multi-shot is also kind of low damage comparatively. The waves do like 90.
Or roast.
Alright, time for full MP.
Do you have any more healing items as well?
I think I have 2 more full HP items in my pocket.
Nice. And all you gotta do is beat that number.
These are normal moves out of Mammon. These are the 3 moves that Mammon knows.
The lowest damage, but also undodgeable attack, huh?
Yes. Like that one is like completely dodgeable. The because I just go to the side here and then you're good.
Yeah, and it looked like the many beams is dodgeable, but also inconsistent.
Yeah, the thing that makes that one awkward is that the 2 moves that you have to dodge here, you have to dodge slightly differently. Because like the way for me to dodge this is like move towards a little bit and then like, or like don't start moving early, but in order to dodge the wave, I need to move pretty quick.
You'd have to kind of read the animations first.
Yeah, because like that right there is the wave. Because yeah, it's like that where I kind of have to wait until it's locked into position and then move. Whereas that one, you need to be, like, ready for it. Alright. Just keep firing. We got beams, you got beams. Okay, we ain't dodging that. Alright. Now this round is probably where I fit in the MP restore. Just take a drink. Some bread. Ah, the sun. Anything run. Yep. Okay. This is drops. Full wave. Alright, what do I actually have for healing items left? MP recover, MP recover, MP recover. A bread. A bread. Two breaths. Okay, did not lose the barrier there. It's gonna keep us try to stay topped off. The sun! So bread here, and then MP full heal. Just keep firing missiles. Sun. Yeah, because there's both a mischance and a move in here that's undodgeable, that's why I'm keeping myself, like, topped off rather than being more aggressive with the shots. It's nice when it's the lava wave. That one's eminently dodgeable.
Oh, well.
Oh, okay.
Mummin is down, I guess.
Goodbye, Mummin. Good.
Finally, the battle begins.
The true fight
At
against
last.
Mummin. I'm leaving Kelton. Goodbye.
Didn't you kill my dad or something? Oh, well.
It is unclear if he's dead or not. Anyway, that's Questmas.
Merry Questmas.
Merry Questmas, y'all. So yeah, the Lost Keys randomizer didn't terribly add too much to the experience. Like, specifically, so this was on progression rather than, like, having everything be everywhere, but even with, like, open world, you're still kind of going and grabbing everything anyway. Like, there's not a ton of things. There's only a couple areas that are out of your way. So it's not a huge change. It was fun to go backwards into bosses. I liked getting the wings early enough. But yeah, that's Questmas. So, thank you all for joining. Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Loon, for jumping on in. I appreciate having you here.
No worries.
Anyway, that's I'm gonna go have dinner.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining. Catch you next Questmas.
Dude.
Night, everybody.